Ollie?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first thing on our agenda is a consent agenda, which has minutes, payroll, vouchers, library museum board openings for advertising, pitchfork horse sale, catering permit, NWC at the Park County Complex lease, an assignment of lease for Granite Creek Energy, and approve and sign the monthly union collection statements.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The next thing on our agenda is the Clarion Associates contract. We've had discussions on. Clarion is the contractor that is working on and finishing up our land use plan. They have submitted a change order for the work completed. And you all have that information. What are your thoughts? They did give us an itemized for the number of additional meetings that were held, number of additional public comment review that was done, and they gave us some financial information that kind of supported those changes.
Madam Chair, I'll open up. Yes and no. I mean, to me, I'm the one that requests the itemized list, and to me, it's not really that itemized. However, you can get the gist of what their request is. More lump sum by topic.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 different topics in there that I do believe they're above and beyond the scope. I do not agree that they should receive the full request. The scope, see some of that they went over above and beyond because of participation is not on us. If they didn't anticipate that much, then that's on their proposal bidding process. But of the 5 scopes, using the maximum hours, what I came up with was an additional $25,000. I don't know if you guys looked at it and came up with a different idea or not.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Madam Chair, I agree that there was some work done, more work that they went above and beyond. But again, I'm not ready to commit to the full amount, and I think I would maybe lean towards 30,000, but that's.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking at some of the extra sessions that they put up, about 15 extra sessions is what I came up with, which at maybe 2,000 each. Yeah, we're looking at about $30,000. So I would make a motion to pass on an extra $30,000 to Clarion to make up for some of the lost meetings or some of the added meetings.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a contract adjustment in the amount of $30,000 for Clarion for the land use plan. Any further discussion?
I would just say it's a compromise in what they want, but again, some of that they took on themselves. So I think that by going ahead and agreeing with what we asked them to do is fair, but not the whole amount.
Okay. I think there was significant changes when we get into the wildlife issues that came up, the water issues that came up, and a few of those were beyond what was identifiable in the scope, but some of the other stuff should have been.
Madam Chair, I just want to add for the public purpose, this is less than half of their request.
Yes, it is. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes to 30,000. Okay. With that, it is 9:35. We have a public hearing. Appeals of River Ridge subdivision MS 74. It's appealing the administrative relief on the road situation. So, not sure how we want to start there, except to have an appellant go ahead and give us their thoughts as to why they're appealing. If you do speak during this public hearing, if you would please state your name for the record and speak loudly, please, or use the microphone here so that we can, everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jim Doherty. I am a resident of 51 Corbett Road and the appellant in this matter. Let me give you a little background on me. We moved here from Minnesota, spending 30 years in Minnesota. And my desire was to find an accessible home. Wife and son are handicapped and we need to have, wheelchairs. So we spent a lot of time trying to find a home that was wheelchair accessible. And anything else that we had, that was our primary goal. It's not anything else. Everything else was a bonus. So we found 51 Corbett Road after 2 years of looking. Single level, hardwood floors, roll-in showers, wide doors, all perfect. We closed just about a year ago. We moved in July 2nd. So I haven't been here that long. I'm a newbie. And it came with pastures and a road. I didn't buy it because of the road. All of the I've read about people wanting open space, all that kind of stuff. That was not what was driving me. It was to get my wife and my son into a place that we could live in. What I found on the left side, 51 Corbett Road, has Rivers Ridge Road. That's part of the property. Didn't buy it for that reason. In fact, the applicants are the ones that informed me that we owned the road. I didn't know. Corbett Road, I found, has a lot of history. Over here on the left is when they were building the dam. And that little switchback on the side may in fact be Corbett Road now. I don't think it's in much better shape, by the way, since 1907. On the right is part of the work camp that was built there. And we find regularly artifacts on our property. Old nails, rails from rail ties. When they were building that, the back part of my property is full of the spoil that came out of the tunnel. So it's really, I didn't buy it because of that. I didn't even know about it. I'm excited that we have this much history. I also didn't know, when we look at the Heart Mountain Relocation Center, that in fact, I know where it is now, the interpretive center, but now it actually went down almost to our property. Nez Pierce or Corbett, somewhere in there was the boundary. And we see artifacts of that. Consequently, we see signs from the state. Oh, come on down and see the Corbett Dam. Come on down and see and go fishing. Problem is, there's no easement to allow for this activity. For just sightseeing down to the dam, it crosses over private property. Not mine. I have an easement. I don't own the land. But that is the problem that keeps coming up. This, you can't see it quite so well, but the damage that happens to the road, it gets really chewed up with all the vehicles going back and forth down to the dam. This on the left is damaged down below the residences, down on the switchbacks, almost at the boat ramp. And there's debris that winds up on the road, beer bottles and stuff like that. And that's why I have found that neighbors live with the impact of the traffic on Corbett Road. I'm new to this, but it involves a lot of anger, frankly, that there's trespassing that goes on frequently. So consequently, every time something comes up, as I've found, whether it be a change in zoning or roads or whatever, people get worked up in this neighborhood, I have found. Here we see an email from the county engineer on December 13th discussing this road. He said, I cautioned Rusty that anything we've done related to Corbett Road in the past has brought out neighbors with pitchforks. If we do grant administrative relief, the neighbors, if not supportive, could appeal any decision we make. Who's we? Rusty? To the BOCC. This was an email I got from Planning and Zoning Commission Chair prior to my discussing it with them. And she says, any negative or personal comments directed to the applicants will not be allowed. Please make sure Mr. Doherty understands he's addressing the commission and not the applicant. I don't have a history here, but clearly there's history. Unless everybody gets a note like that in advance of talking to P&Z. I don't think they do.
So clearly this history, I've read some of the transcripts, there's a lot of passion that takes place at some of these hearings among other residents. Was there a predetermined outcome with this whole administrative relief? Here, an email from planning and zoning staff after the pre-application meeting. And they said, okay, we've got two options on the table. We're going to split lot 2, or we're going to vacate lot 2 and expand it. She then goes on, they both access river, they get access from Rivers Ridge Road. The easement is 30 feet wide. In addition to lot 2 in Ted Harvey's, Rivers Edge, she puts, borders 2 other separate properties. It doesn't look like either of the properties currently use Rivers Edge, but maybe they still count for a lot count, whatever that is. Now, if they propose option 1 or 2, will an easement be adequate? Will the road improvements be required if they propose option 1 or 2? Oh, by the way, can you confirm Rivers Ridge Road is correct? The property owners, not me, the property owners think it's River Ridge Road, River. I'll come back to that. Now, he also in that same email says this one's a bit tricky. The access to Rivers Ridge Road, one has to use Corbett Road with a limited right-of-way, and the road surface doesn't meet county standards. I told Rusty that this office would consider administrative relief regarding the right-of-way width and road surface. We think the road dimension should at least be the same. We think the road dimensions, Rivers Ridge Road, dimension should be at least the same as Corbett Road. So some widening may be needed. Rusty was going to get some widths and compare with Corbett. And oh, by the way, tacit approval already, December 13th. I do think that this is a reasonable candidate for relief of the standards due to the unique nature of Corbett Road. They haven't seen the application yet. They haven't decided which one they're going to go with, but it's, yeah, we should get administrative relief. Oh, and our records show it's Rivers Ridge Road, Rivers Ridge Road. This showed up at my corner, the corner of my property, on April 17th, just so happens to be the same week as the PNC meeting. River Ridge Road, the owner's chosen name. And it was installed April 17th. Was this somebody spiking the ball? PNC is going to approve this. The day that Rusty Blau submits the relief request, let me know if there's any additional information to help the case. Brian responds, just curious if the plan, at first glance, I don't see any problems. By the way, they haven't received the application yet, but I don't see any problem with it. All of this takes place before I'm even aware that there's something going on. I get a certified letter. We see a thing in the mail or in the newspaper that there's going to be changes, improvements to Rivers Ridge Road, my road. First I'm hearing of them. So I start to drill down into the application for the relief, the granting of the relief, and the standards. There's a problem here. We think that the road dimension should at least be the same as Corbett Road, so some widening may be needed. That's what the engineer has first said. But then the conclusions of his letter, the existing road service for Corbett and Rivers will remain unaltered. What happened? Why did it change? The existing 30-foot wide access easement for both Corbett and Rivers Ridge do not meet county standards, requiring 60 feet. But I concur that there's practical difficulties exist in acquiring additional easements. Maybe this is one of the reasons why the people on Corbett Road are a little upset that things keep happening like this. This is the transcript from the P&Z meeting. And here the engineer says, I actually had a meeting with Mr. Harvey and Mr. Blau early on. I said, well, if you go this route, one of the two routes, we will require you to build out Rivers Ridge Road to at least the standard of Corbett Road. So he told them that. And they basically went back and refigured it. So something changed. There's no email trail that was provided. What happened? Well, here is from the document, the submission, the approval. Rivers Ridge Road consists of an existing private gravel road. Rivers Ridge has good gravel surface and adequate drainage. I can tell you that on the left, Rivers Ridge is not now, nor has it ever been a gravel road. On the right, I'm back in the land of 10,000 lakes every time it rains with all the potholes. I don't think evaporation is drainage. Rivers Ridge has currently 3 users. Okay, so we've got 32 Rivers Ridge. I have a new building under construction, and I have 28 Rivers Ridge. So I guess that's the 3 users that are being described. But wait a minute. This is 28 Rivers Ridge Road. There is an occupied mobile home, which is to remain. There is new construction, there's an occupied RV, and there's 28 Rivers Road. What happened to the 3 users? Oh, by the way, this is my property, Rivers Ridge Road. And as the staff said, it doesn't look like either of the properties currently use Rivers Edge to access the residences, and that's true, I have a driveway. But in order to get to my field, in order to get to the staging area that we use for trailers, irrigation pipe, and so on, I have to go up and down Rivers Ridge Road all the time. What happened to the owner of the property that was never included? No increase in traffic, they say. There will be no increase in traffic. This again is a transcript from the applicant at the P&Z meeting. We also have no plans for any other houses. Ken may consider building a shop on Carol's parcel, which would be parcel 2 at some point, and I would like to retain the possibility of building a guest house, but neither of us plan to build anything anytime. When? When are they going to start? Again, there'll be no further subdivision, no construction of homes other than what we already have. Wait a minute, what happened to the house you were going to build and the shop? So whether the county approves, no problem, move along. During the last couple of years during construction of Karen's house, the one under construction, there's been increased traffic on Corbett Road and Rivers Ridge Road due to the construction, but that traffic will go away when the house is completed. Until the construction on the guest house or the shop begins, I guess. They say this in the application. It was created, Rivers Ridge Road was created from 30-foot wide access easement and is adjacent to a 20-foot wide irrigation and utility easement. This in effect creates a 50-foot wide right-of-way path for access, irrigation, and utilities. Well, here, that's the 20-foot wide on the left is the 20-foot wide access easement. It's covered with fixed fencing, earthen berms, poles, stumps, and on the other side, my property, it's got a drainage ditch that runs the length of it. This is what happens when there is a depression in the road, in Rivers Ridge Road, and people don't use the 20-foot wide access, supposedly. They meander into my pasture. They're crushing the irrigation ditch. So this idea that there is somehow a 50-foot wide access just doesn't hold up. The basis, this again from the transcript, I said, well, if you go this route, we would require you to build Rivers Ridge Road to at least the standard of Corbett Road. They went back to the drawing board and came up with this, which is basically, well, it explains it wouldn't substantially increase the traffic on the road. It wouldn't change the classification. Well, here from his document, the traffic analysis has not been conducted, but since the proposed division is not anticipated to increase traffic, it's estimated that the ADT, the average daily traffic, is less than 20 vehicles per day. Where did that number come from? 20 per day. That's half what we would estimate, what we would expect. This is from the standards. Every dwelling unit contributes 10. Every mobile home contributes 5. Every RV, 7. This is out of the standards. That's 42. And that doesn't include any traffic for me. Okay. Corbett Road is a little more difficult to estimate since it provides limited access to Corbett Dam. However, the ADT for Corbett is likely less than 100 vehicles per day with 8 existing addresses served. The numbers don't add up. Primary, if you get 8 residents, that's 80 ADT. Rivers Ridge, 35 to 42, somewhere in the plus mine. That's 115 to 120. And if you go to 115 to 120, we now have a design capacity for classes of roadway changes. Instead of 100 ADT, right, where it was below or estimated conveniently to be below, now we're over. And then you have to make significant changes in Corbett Road once you get over that ADT. No explanation, by the way, in the background, how they came up with these numbers. I'm just going to your standards to come up with the numbers. In general, it's my professional opinion that in granting administrative relief, the public health and safety for users of the road is not compromised. Well, here is the letter from the fire district. All roads, crossings, and grades are requested to be constructed to county road and bridge weight specifications. This is the cattle guard entering the proposed development. It is a disaster. It's broken. I put stents in there to hold it up, not knowing what I was doing, but I don't want to bring a 35,000-pound fire truck over that. The county engineers recommended that lawn owners resulting from the development, if approved, be required to participate in a shared maintenance agreement for Corbett Road. Makes perfect sense. All of us, Rivers Ridge, my drive, everybody has to go up Corbett Road to get to 14A. But why would the people on Corbett Road participate in maintenance agreements for Rivers Ridge Road? They never go there. Why would they build that? And why would we need to? There is already the access easement down Rivers Ridge Road that requires that the owners down at Rivers Ridge Road maintain the road and pay for any upgrades or maintenance. So there's no reason for this additional maintenance agreement. It's kind of a red herring. So here we go again. The conclusions, the existing road service is correct. The easements are fine, not a problem. I think the engineer was perhaps supplied with bad information. He says, again, in the transcript, I just told them that we would consider administrative relief. And based on the information that was provided, I gave it to them. So I try to be as objective as I can. I stick to the facts with the information that is provided to me. I don't know where some of this misinformation came from, but I think the engineer didn't vet it properly. I think if you get information from a developer, it requires a reasonable level of skepticism. It just does, and it was not applied here. So I've only gone through 7 of the 15 material errors and omissions that are in this document. The approval. They're all here. In the interest of time, I've just given you 7 of them. And I didn't put these in order of importance. These are the order in which they appear in the document. So I didn't cherry pick.
Okay.
There's others that are here. Some of them are P and Z related, not road issues.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we count on overseers like the Planning and Zoning Commission and the county commissioners to ensure responsible development occurs. And in this case, I would suggest maybe it needs to be reviewed. I would expect that's what I wrote. So, end of story. Out of time.
One question for you.
Yes.
Is that cattle guard still in place?
To the best of my knowledge, in the past 2 weeks it is.
No, it's not.
So there,
Let me just talk to him, please, and we can get to the other. Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Is the other appellant here?
do you know when it was removed?
No, but we may get to that conversation. The other
The other
appellant
appellant is not.
indicated they were not coming. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank
Right. Again, this is a public hearing. We're going to be pushing time here, so I'm going to have to limit you a little bit on conversation, but if anyone else would like to speak at the moment, that would be great. Please identify yourself.
My name is Kendrick Harvey. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I wouldn't know how to do a thing like that. So I'll be brief. My brother sent a very detailed rebuttal to Mr. Daugherty and an appeal to all of you. And I hope you've read it, if you or will read it if you haven't already. I am not one of the property owners, but I live in the tiny house next to Karen. Currently, the property is owned jointly by Cynthia and Karen. Cynthia has 5 children, including Ted and me, who will inherit her estate, including her share of the property. Karen is not included in Cynthia's estate, so she needs to share her share of the property to be in her name only. Karen also requires her share to be in her name because she needs to qualify for a construction loan in order to complete the construction of her house. Part of the property consists of a former pasture land that Ted could put to use for his horses. Since Cynthia and Karen were dividing up the property anyway, it made sense to let Ted have that part of the property. He already has a house of his own, so he has no intention of putting more houses on it. Cynthia and Karen's houses will continue to be the only 2 residences. No further development will occur. That's not quite right. My tiny house is still there too, and it's going to stay there. These are the only reasons we have for dividing the property.
Okay.
A few months ago, I sat in Mr. Daugherty's kitchen and explained all of this to him. He seemed fine with it at the time. Then in April, to our great surprise, we found out that Mr. Darty had written a 27-page appeal protesting the administrative relief decision regarding River Ridge Road. I don't know if it's River Ridge or River Ridge. All of our mail goes to River Ridge. We don't know who put that sign there that he had in the picture. It wasn't us. My brother called to explain our intentions to Mr. Darty, but he refused to listen. He wouldn't talk to him. In his protest letter, he claimed several times that our changing the proposed subdivision name from Herman's Kroll minor subdivision to Rivers Ridge minor subdivision is for marketing purposes. This is not true. We were told it needed a name. Since that is the name of the road, it seemed like the logical choice. We don't care what the subdivision is called. I wanted to call it Quagmire Hill. Karen didn't like that name. We have no intention of further subdividing the property. We are not planning on building houses or condos. These scenarios were dreamed up by the neighbors. At some point, I will build a shop and Ted may build a guest house. That is all. And both that shop and that guest house are years, maybe decades in the future. It's not something that's going to happen.
If we can try to stick, the subdivision is important, but if we can try to stick to the road relief issue today, we're going to get to the subdivision eventually.
Okay, well, I'm a carpenter, and as such, I've been down a lot of private roads since moving here. River Ridge is and always has been in about the same condition as other dirt and gravel roads around here. It is in much better shape than a lot of them. Mr. Darty makes it sound like River Ridge is in horrendous shape and very unsafe. It is not. It is not a manicured gated community either. This is Wyoming. Jim claims that in 30 years there's never been any maintenance of River Ridge Road. This is not true. We have improved it 3 times in 3 years, and Ted has had work done on it several times in the 10 years that he's lived there. And he has receipts and checks and stuff for all of that. All this work occurred before Jim moved here. He has characterized the road as unsafe. He used words like crater to refer to small potholes. This is a gross exaggeration. Some potholes did result from snowstorms this winter. All roads, including paved roads, get damaged by such storms. It's unavoidable. We intend to repair the road after construction on Karen's house is complete. We will participate in any maintenance agreement for Corbett Road when the neighborhood figures out how to do that. Mr. Darty has also exaggerated the amount of traffic on River Ridge Road. He said his wife observed 100 cars a day on that road. There are 5 drivers living there. Ted and I go out 2 to 4 times a day. Cynthia and Piper usually go out once a day. Karen goes out once or twice a week. There's a FedEx or UPS delivery pretty much every day. If the road is in as bad a shape as he says it is, and we use it as much as he claims we do, we would all be crippled from bouncing up and down on it that much, or dead from falling into a giant pothole. This is nonsense. In the 22 months I have lived here, I've encountered someone coming in the other direction on River Ridge, maybe 8 times. Half of those were my brother. You can see the whole length of the road. If someone is coming, you wait, or they wait at the end for the other to pass. It's not a problem. Unless someone wants to play chicken at 70 miles an hour, that road is safe. Mr. Darty says there are 5 residences on our 2 properties. There are 3 houses and a tiny house. They were all permitted by the county. There was also an RV that Karen lived in during the beginning of construction of her house. It is also permitted, but we're going to get rid of it. If an RV counted as an additional dwelling, that would apply to just about everybody in Wyoming. The rest of this is not about the road.
Okay. If we can
As
save that.
Sorry.
If we can save that until subdivision time, that'd be fine.
As I understand it, granting administrative relief is that in some cases reality can't live up to the regular standards. Mr. Edwards quite properly looked at River Road in our situation and determine that things will work as they are. Nobody's gonna pave River Ridge Road or make it 40 feet wide, or I think it was 60 was what they said, but this is about two ladies trying to get their affairs in order. Despite the word subdivision, it is not about building a bunch of houses or condos or changing the character of the neighborhood. Lastly, I want to thank all the people we dealt with at planning and zoning. They were all professional, knowledgeable, and very friendly, and we appreciated that. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others from the public that would like to speak? We can keep moving. We're gonna blow our agenda already.
My name is Ted Harvey. I live at 32 River Ridge Road. I'm one of the applicants for the subdivision.
Okay.
So I guess since you guys' only question was whether or not these cattle guards were removed, the answer is yes, they've both been removed.
Okay.
There's some detail about, I sent each of you this report, and there's some detail about the history of the cattle guards. But for the purposes of current situation, we've removed them. They've been filled
When
in
did you do that?
a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I did it myself.
Thank you.
So to start with, I'll just go with that. Rusty Blau, who's our surveyor, he can talk about, he's done some, he put up some game cameras to do a little bit of a study on how much traffic on River Ridge Road there is currently. This is not a full-blown year-long study. This is a few days, but at least it gives you a snapshot. There was also a study on the road when my mother and Karen bought the 12 acres from Ham Bryant in 2017, done by Engineering Associates. Back then, more or less, the average on Corbett Road in a day was 54 cars, and it's more or less the same today. Then to reiterate on traffic in general, and my brother already went over most of this, but regardless of whether we get administrative relief on the road or our subdivision, until any of these lots are sold to someone else, once they're sold to someone else, I can't speak to what's going to happen other than what's permitted. We're not planning on doing any further development. My understanding from Rusty Blau and Planning and Zoning is with the 3-lot subdivision, there would not be any possibility of further subdivision anyway, even if we wanted to, which we do not. In terms of number of houses that are there, in the appeal of administrative relief, one of the things that was brought up was the idea that we should not be including my property. We could just do a even split of the 12 acres, which would be better for the neighborhood. In fact, that's not quite true for the neighbors. So if you have a parcel that is, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a parcel that's 1 to 4.99 acres, you can have a house and 1 supplemental dwelling on that parcel. So as our subdivision is, Cynthia's parcel, Karen's parcel are both between 1 acre and 4.99, which would allow each of them to have 1 additional house on it. Karen's already has Ken's tiny house, or they call it a mobile home. So that parcel already has the maximum on it. My mother's parcel, which would be less than 2 acres, has 1 house on it. The way that parcel is drawn in our subdivision application, it is not really realistic to put another house there. Part of the reason we're trying to do this subdivision is it doesn't work for our estate planning to have 2 houses on 1 parcel to begin with. So my point of saying all this is that as our subdivision is applied for, at best, they could build one more house. We have no plans to do that in the foreseeable future. That's not gonna happen. After any of this is sold, we can't speak to that. But if we were to subdivide just into 2 equal 6-acre parcels, then each of those parcels could, without my parcel being involved, each of those parcels could have up to 3 dwellings on them, and I could have up to 3 dwellings on them. Meaning that for those 3 parcels, there would be a potential for 9 dwellings instead of 7. And so I would think from the neighbor's perspective, it's not better for them to have a potential for more than the way we've submitted our application.
Okay.
So another point I want to make quick, and I'm not going to go through this whole
Okay.
thing,
Appreciate that.
is it has been suggested that we have not improved the road at all. That is very much untrue. In 2013, I spent money to have River Ridge Road regraded. In 2018, we contracted with Gale Construction to have road base brought in and had it rebuilt. That contract is in the packet that I sent all of you guys. I have also spent money over the years to purchase gravel and help pay for grading on both Corbett Road and River Ridge Road. I've also, for the most part, over the last 13 years since I've lived there. By the way, I lived in a house at 51 Corbett Road where Jim Doherty lives now. It was a different house then. So that's how I got to 13 years on River Ridge Road. I've been at my current location for 10. But during the 13 years that I've lived there, and especially maybe in the last 8 years or so, I think it's fair to say that Steve Youngbauer, who is at 35 Corbett Road, has done the bulk of the plowing in the wintertime. There's been some winters where there's hardly any snow.
Sure.
This last winter was probably the worst in memory, at least the worst in my memory in the last 10 years. We did have a plumber get stuck on River Ridge Road in a 2-wheel drive van. The appeal also states that, you know, our River Ridge Road is not safe for emergency vehicles. 99.9% of the time it is. We've had ambulances go down that road at 2 a.m. with no problems.
Okay.
We've also had concrete trucks going in there that weigh a lot more than any fire truck that's going to go there across those categories that are now gone.
Okay.
There are a few days in a bad winter where it drifts over and you can't get there. There's no doubt about that. But I suspect that's also true about most of the private roads in Park County. For the most part, I've lived there for 10 years and 13 years on Corbett Road. It's most definitely accessible by the people that live there, by regular deliveries like UPS, like trash service, and it's available for emergency services when needed, with the exception of a few days a year when we've got a blizzard. And in those days, those same services aren't getting to most of the county.
Okay.
I think that's about all I wanted to cover specifically, unless you guys had any questions about my report that I emailed to you guys.
So I don't see any questions at this point.
Great.
We are at our time limit and a little bit past actually, and we haven't heard from the county engineer yet, having no idea how long this was going to take. So we are going to have to probably continue this public hearing. And
Madam Chair, I will make a motion to continue the public hearing to June 6th at 1:15 p.m. We have a lot of information.
there's a lot. It's been moved and seconded to continue this public hearing on the relief for the road on River Ridge. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We will continue it to that point where we will start with the county engineer. And I'm sorry that it's got to go that long, but we just did not anticipate this much input being needed. And we have a little bit of research to do from all the information that you've sent in, and we'll try to do that ahead of June 6th also. Road information research.
Time did you say?
1:15. Yes, Joy.
Madam Chair, while we have most of the interested parties in the room, Planning and Zoning Commission had continued the hearing for the subdivision pending your decision. And so I just want to announce to everybody right now that it's very likely that P&Z will again continue their public hearing pending your decision. So I would expect that on Wednesday of next week, they will announce that. It'd be my guess.
Okay. Yes.
In terms of timing, there was a deadline for the appeal on the 18th of April.
Mhm.
Is that now done away with?
Because we have started the process and dealing with it, I think we're okay.
But everyone is submitting new information and all of that, when does that end?
It ends when the
What are
public,
rebuttals, for instance, of today's discussion?
it ends when the public hearing closes.
At the
So,
June 6th meeting, will there be open time for rebuttals of today's?
yes, sir. Okay, any other questions about procedure or where we're headed? Appreciate you coming. Sorry, we have to do it twice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner.
Molly, better give that some time. Not that one. Is EJ here? On Chevy.
I do.
Thank you.
Taylor,
Hey, Larry. Okay, the next,
Sorry.
that's okay.
what?
One second.
Can't hear you.
1980s is making noise.
1980s is making noise, yeah. The next thing on our agenda is welcoming EJ House, President and CEO of the Cody Chamber.
Well, good
Welcome.
morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I don't think I've met everybody yet on the commission, but it's a pleasure to be here. I hope to meet you guys in person at some point. Maybe have some chats, conversation about things that are going on. But actually today is the 4th week. So it's went by pretty fast, the first month, taking over the reins there at the chamber. And it's been a great experience. You know, that initial period, that first month is the fire hose period, right? Where you're trying to get in as much information as possible and come up to speed and learn what's going on. And then, you know, start making the directional course changes that you want to make for the future, that kind of thing. So we're in that phase right now. So just a little bit of update for you guys is things that are going on at the chamber, in the city of Cody, and in the county as well. We are seeing an uptick in visitorship. So we just closed out April. So April saw a 25% increase in visitors to Visitor Center over April last year. So year over year. So we're seeing that uptick continue into May. Just the first couple of weeks here, it's already been pretty busy. So we're expecting hopefully that to continue, and a change in an uptick this year versus last year with some of the things happen with the floods and things like that. And so speaking of the floods, we also just finished our National Parks Day event last weekend, and the folks came down from Yellowstone. Cam, the director, was here. Chip was here, director of Teton. Had great conversations with those folks about parks and things that are going on there, making sure everything's open as much as possible. A lot of the construction that they had to do post-flood recovery from last year. So things are going well there. They've got most of the roads open, making a lot of great changes with some of that new construction as well. So good news there. The park's ready to go, and we've already seen a lot of visitors heading that direction, coming through the visitor center here in Cody to go into Eastern Gate. So the other thing that's happening, we're gearing up for the Buffalo Bill Art Show, which is our annual event coming up in September. So, I mean, it's chugging along very quickly. Things things are actually starting the first week in June with the mini art show that starts. It's sort of the kickoff for the full season, the mini, and then we continue that into August. August would be in the silent auction period or the take home period where you can go in and look at the prints that are available and take it home that day. And then of course into the live auction in September. So a very busy season that we're getting into with the art show, and the chamber managing that as well, working with our partners closely there at Center of the West and also by Western Hands. So a lot of folks doing a lot of things behind the scenes and getting ready for the series of events over the next 4 or 5 months. So great activities there.
Cool.
And then as far as the community, one of the things that the chamber does is try to work closely with the community, not just local businesses, but the community as a whole to develop programs and things that create a stronger community, especially with our youth. One of the programs that we do at the chamber is the Work Ready boot camp. So what this program is, it focuses on high schoolers here in the county. We invite them to come to a class. It's a 6 weeks class. We teach them things like coming into the workforce, communication, conflict resolution skills, how to handle themselves, you know, when they're taking a new job, those kind of things, how to look for and find a new job and looking at different career possibilities. So our current cohort graduates tonight, actually not tonight, but tomorrow night will be the 6th week. And so we've got a lot of great kids in there. We can hold up to 10 students at a time. In this particular class, we've got 7 students. So it's been a great 6 weeks for them. In fact, 2 of the students in the class have landed some summer jobs by coordinating with the business members that teach the course on the Wednesday nights as well. So great product there. And then the other thing that we're working on is with the school district as well. I just met with the superintendent this morning. Vernon has a great program over there that he's running called Classroom to Careers. And so we're going to work closely with them as well to kind of partner with that program where we can, as a chamber, exposing students in that program to tourism, hospitality, art management, art education, those kind of things that we do at the chamber. And he's actually going to attend and speak at our next chamber board meeting coming up this month as well, just to brief the board on that program and the stuff that they're doing over there with the school district, which is really a positive thing towards getting young people focused on a career early in life, you know, and being exposed to different career opportunities to figure out what they might want to do when they grow up, that kind of thing. And so great conversations with those folks as well there.
Cool.
So with that, that's just a quick update of things that are going on at the chamber. If you've got any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer some of those or try to answer them if possible.
How do the bubbles work? Do you reserve a bubble? Do you lock the bubble that night? Who cleans up the bubble?
Our moon colony. That's what I
Okay.
affectionately call it when I first got here. Wow, we have a moon colony here. That's pretty amazing. So as you know, those were purchased after the pandemic with some funds that are available. And so it makes it a nice spot to sit. And they're open, no reservation required. So you can go in and
So
sit
they're
there.
open at night too?
Yes,
So
they're open at night. We do close the door. But occasionally folks will come in the evening, we've noticed. And once or twice we do actually come into the office in the morning and somebody might be sleeping in the bubble.
yeah.
In a sleeping bag. We actually had that last weekend. Somebody slept there Sunday night, but they were up and out by 8:30. So we were happy with that.
So you guys clean the bubbles too?
So we clean the bubbles, yes. So our visitor center staff kind of monitors them throughout the day. We're open now from 8 to 7 Monday through Friday. We've already went to extended hours for the season, and 8 to 6 on Saturday and Sunday right now. But yeah, they watch them during the day, open them in the morning, close them at night, clean them, that kind of thing.
Is there
So
any anticipation of continental breakfast?
You know, we do keep a few things in the kitchen there in the visitor center. So, you never know. You might maybe get a few nuts or a muffin or something like that.
Oh, well.
And if you're interested in buying a bubble, maybe we will even sell them to you as well.
Sounds like you've been busy since you've been here.
It's been a busy month. Absolutely. Trying to get my hands around everything that's going on, but happy to be here though. It's been great.
Anything else for AJ?
Welcome.
Welcome. Glad you came over.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Happy to come back anytime.
Okay, well, if something comes up on your agenda you want us to know about, let us know. We'll,
We'll do that.
Have you-
Thank you for keeping that open. We appreciate that. All right. Well, have a
Okay.
great day, everybody.
thank you.
Enjoy the weather.
Yes,
This is
Finally.
this is the number one reason to live in the Northern Rockies is weather like this today.
It'll change tomorrow.
yeah.
Exactly.
Change the next hour.
Thanks, Mark.
So if we have a homeless person in the complex, we can just transport.
Move them down there. Good
Well,
morning.
reinforcements I see.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
You're up.
alright. I keep you on time.
So the next thing on our agenda is Mayor Hall and Bill Bowman with the city of Cody discussing an ARPA fund request or two.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for seeing us today. Brought Public Works Director Philip Bowman with me. We thought about what we could do to maybe find the best way to approach this subject to the city of Cody, maybe trying to find out a way to partner with the commissioners for some of these ARPA funds. And what we identified is, obviously our kind of infrastructure, the streets and stuff that get used, of course, by the city residents as well as county residents that come into town. So with that, I'll just give you the title and then I'll turn it over to Philip here as far as the information of which I think got disseminated to you guys beforehand, but the $100,000 for additional local match on the TAP grant, which I see now is the Transportation Alternatives Program. Both of us can remember that. Maybe next time we had a little trouble. We were in front of the Republican women remembering that acronym. But then the other one is $120,000 for purchase of course, with our chip seal projects that we do in town annually. And with that, I'll turn it over to Philip.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Again, just some overview on the first request for the $100,000 that the city would intend to use as additional matching funds for a recent grant application that we have submitted. The city applied for TAP grant funding with YDOT in the amount of the maximum allowed $1 million. And we are committed currently to provide the minimum match level of 100,000, which slightly exceeds the match percentage of 9.51% required for that program. With that project at $1.1 million, the areas that we would focus on are the pedestrian crossing improvements identified with our Bighorn Avenue corridor study at the intersection of Bighorn Avenue and Freedom Street. That would include a new pedestrian hybrid beacon, which is an overhead beacon on a mast arm that does include a red flashing and solid red signal that would require vehicles to stop on Bighorn Avenue when pedestrians have activated that signal. The second area that we would pursue for improvements with that TAP grant funding would be a pathway along the west side of Robert Street to provide better connection from the neighborhoods to the north of Bighorn Avenue to that pedestrian crossing and ultimately to Park County School District number 6 transportation hub and located at the middle school. So we feel that's a kind of a good partner project for that, to have that pathway and that pedestrian crossing improvement. And then the third area we'd like to focus on with included in our grant application is coming back to the high school area here directly to the south of the county complex and doing some pedestrian and ADA ramp improvements around the high school, specifically focused on the intersection of Beck and 10th Street. We did receive some comments from a number of your staff, and I've discussed that intersection with Brian Edwards, your county engineer. And we do have some ideas for bulb outs and a possible rectangular flashing beacon, which is similar to the beacon at Sheridan in 10th, that would again be push button activated when pedestrians are using that. In addition, bulb outs at that intersection, similar to what we just installed at 9th and Beck, would provide a considerable amount of traffic calming. We currently have four-way stop at 11th and Beck and a three-way stop at 9th and Beck. So that intersection of 10th and Beck is not really a good candidate for a four-way stop. That would really disrupt the traffic flow through that area. And so bulb outs are shown to be a traffic calming measure that typically reduce speeds of the motorist using either one of those routes back over 10th, and also increase pedestrian visibility by getting those pedestrians closer to the travel lanes in a protected environment behind those curb and gutter lines. So we feel those are three really good quality projects or components of a project that align well with YDOT's intentions for that TAP funding program. If you were willing to approve that additional $100,000 of funding, we would use that as an overmatch with our grant application, and that ranks higher in YDOT's consideration of an application with two agencies partnered for funding of a project of that nature. If for some reason we were not approved by YDOT for that TAP grant, we would then propose to use that $100,000 with additional funding from the city to focus just on the high school area and that 10th and Beck intersection as an independent project, and then probably go back to YDOT next year for grant funding of the PHB and the Robert Street pedestrian path. So that's the strategy for the first request. Would there be any questions that I could answer or any discussion related to that?
Just the dates for the grant, the deadline for the grant, and also the issuance date. What do you anticipate?
So the grant cycle that YDOT is currently programming is their FY24 cycle. So the actual grant funding would not be approved until their budget is approved for FY24 on October 1st. When we received this type of grant funding in the past, we typically are able to execute our grant agreement with YDOT in the December 23 or January 24 time range.
Any other questions on those?
Great, thank you. The second request we've presented is to partner with the county for the purchase or manufacture of chip that the city uses in our annual chip seal projects. Our proposal is to partner with the county for funding of the purchase of the chip only for our August 24 project and our August 25 project. I've worked closely with Brian Edwards in the past on trying to partner for the manufacture of chip when the county contracts that manufacturer. And unfortunately, we have not been able to align our time slots or the location of manufacture over the past few years. We did, however, partner with Brian this past year in some of the manufacture that was done for the county's projects at the Stampede Pit here in town. And Brian had some excess material that he agreed to sell to the city. So we've purchased that for use in this year's project in August 23. But our proposal is to continue that partnership, and either we're aware that the contractor who's done some chip manufacturing down at the Stampede Pit has some material available that we could purchase for next year's project, the August 24 project. And then if the county is looking at manufacture of chip either in the next year or the next 2 years, we could partner as well to increase the amount of chip manufactured in addition to what the county has produced. So the proposal there is for a maximum funding amount of $120,000. We currently estimate approximately $60,000 per year for our chip purchase for the city's projects. So for 2 years of chip manufacture or chip purchase from the current stockpiles that are available from the contractor who produced that material in the Stampede Pit, our request would be for that 2 year at 60,000, 2 years at 60,000 each for a total of 120,000.
I know it does save us all a little bit if we end up with larger quantities requested. So we've tried to do this some in the past. I know they tried many years to do it together. So
yes, ma'am.
It makes sense. Any questions on the chip request? Okay. Any thoughts from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I guess I'm you know, I lean towards the 100,000 for the matching grant. I'm not sure I wanna go ahead and let you spend it elsewhere if we don't, if the grant is not approved. I'm fully supportive of the grant for that, for the pedestrian crossing. And I had discussions with the White Up engineers about that type of crossing. I see it in a couple places in Laramie, and they work a hell of a lot better than the signs on, you know, the flashing signs on the side of the road. When you put a red stoplight hanging down in front of someone, people stop. For the most part, they do.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, I guess that's where I'm at on that. And I do think we do need to, we could work with you on the chips. That's my thoughts.
Commissioner?
I agree mostly. And being involved with the TAP program for the last 3 years over in the Powell area. I am familiar with the grant and the process and matching and things like that. And in fact, the partnership, it does help. We've been told that. We actually witnessed it. You know, if you guys remember a couple of years ago, I went in and testified to the Powell City Council. They asked for their help and contributing to a bike path that kind of, we own this side of the street. They own that side of the street, similar to Beacon Hill and some places. I'm not exactly sure how it is around Cody, but where I'm going with this is we're matching equal with you on this, and what we asked Powell was a 10% buy-in. And it's not the dollar amount, and I mean, it goes to a good cause. It's the ARPA funds that are, this is coming from really have no strings attached. And we all constantly hear how the city pays better than the county. So, you know, can we take that other 90,000 and put it towards increases to our employees to try to get us up to your speed? You guys have a budget just like we do. You know, I know it will benefit both, and everybody pays taxes, city as well as county, so I can get that. I'm just reluctant to do a full equal matching just because I don't know. I'm a tight ass.
Well, the other side of it, the way I look at it too, is they're all our constituents in the Bighorn Avenue crossing and everything. And I know there's been a lot put into that over years. We've been trying to get that crossing since 2012.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time coming. So if this funding puts it over the top to be able to get that grant, I'd be more than happy to see that come. I know I was on the committee that worked with the urban systems and the consultant and trying to get as far as we are. So I understand what you're saying with the TAP program, but I also believe that a little more skin in the game does make a difference when they're coming to approving those things.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not sure where the partnership definitely does. Visited with Sarah extensively when we proposed that idea with the city of Powell. You know, how much skin gets you to the next level? I don't know what that answer is. I definitely support it, and I think we should partner in with them and financially help with this. It helps the application process, no question about it. How much skin is too much or enough?
Madam Chairman, just on kind of more to Commissioner Livingston's point, I think that we'd be fine if, like, we didn't get the grant, then maybe we come back and, you know, figure something else out. So I'd be perfectly comfortable making that condition as far as that 100,000 goes, as far as with the TAP grant. So I mean, I look at the overall grant being $1 million and what we could do with that. So I'm probably inclined to try and put out the most amount of skin in order to get, you know, that maximum amount back, because that's certainly a fair amount of money that we can address all these projects with.
Commissioner?
I'm gonna handle these separately. I'm gonna make a motion that we approve $100,000 match for the TAP grant and to be used only for that.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded to approve the $100,000 of general ARP funds to go toward the TAP grant request. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to add, I do support the program, but I'm going to vote against. Due to the amount.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Nay. Whatever
Motion
you want to
passes.
say.
Tiger name. Okay. It's the pleasure board on the second one. What are we doing on the chips, guys?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm gonna go down the same road. I believe that, they have a budget, they have their maintenance, their costs, we have ours. I'd be more than happy to bend over backwards and try to work together in the future when we have a contractor doing chips, either Stampede, North Cody, or wherever, if we can work, whether it's chips or road base or anything like that, to get us both a better deal by quantity. I know how the system works. With that, this going back to the same thing, this money can be used to, and I know the argument of city people pay taxes to the part of the county, but you have your collection budget way of revenue source, and the county has ours, and we can use that to improve our own roads.
Madam Chairman. And I certainly don't want to shoot myself in the foot on this, but I think that maybe that there is worth it to just know that there are a conversation there and get our staffs together to try and figure out the best way to, because if apparently there are ways to where we can, do multiple purchases and whatnot. And I mean, obviously I don't know how big, I haven't looked at your guys' road and bridge budget or what your chip seal budget is and what ours is, but maybe there's ways to make sure that they get a maximum amount of benefit for our taxpayers with all of our funds. I think today we just kind of thought maybe coming in and asking for that would kind of secure that funding necessarily, but I think maybe given a little bit of the dynamics of the two, or what it is with the chip seal and how that is such an annual reoccurring thing, that maybe it might be worth it to have the two engineer buddies get together and try and formulate something that I think that what I would kind of ask is it we have for fiscal year 24 and I think fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. So maybe when we do get those two together, they kind of look, kind of far out to get the maximum amount of benefit on that.
Chair, I'd have to agree that maybe if we can get Brian Edwards involved a little bit on this, on possible purchasing power. I know that he has come before us before for some funds for gravel, and possibly has some ideas, and maybe I'd even save money for you guys. So if we get his input into this and maybe some ideas between Brian and Philip on how to best attack the situation, maybe even save some money.
Okay, so you doing anything on this right now, or you want to wait? Go together. Okay. So we'll wait on that one and get you two to work together and see where we're coming from.
You bet.
Okay, appreciate that.
All
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Commissioner.
you. Good to see
Good
you.
luck.
Molly, would you make sure that Steve puts the 100,000 committed to the city? Okay. Thank you.
I'm just worried now. Mine's gonna die because you guys get the grant money instead of the
Instead of Powell.
instead of the county project.
Like to a bike path?
Yeah,
You
no.
started that.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, you're on break for a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna throw these pens away.
Have a problem over there?
Yeah, it keeps coming apart and they go flying. I'm gonna shoot somebody else.
What was it? Not like with?
The same kind, yeah.
I've got the IT quick.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Morning. Okay, we'll update that.
Morning, how are you doing?
Oh, doing well, doing a beautiful day.
Yes.
Mhm.
Did you run that guy down yet?
You can.
I saw him around, I was like, oh, maybe sitting in here.
You don't know if that guy did.
Have a seat.
Weren't you on the speakerphone with me yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay, those things happen, it's good questions. Those processes can get.
We're gonna schedule the lagoons art money for June 6th.
Absolutely.
I did.
Lagoons, 2 million.
Has the experience in hand.
Yes.
I heard that things were imploding
All three of them. Not good.
Which one of them up there is? John Stevens, one of Bill and Bobby's sister.
I think this guy did a great job of reading. That's just my opinion. I've seen her work on some other things in the community and she's.
Well, there was rumblings this would happen.
Yep, which is too bad. Oh, got it. Okay. Special funding. Thank you.
The doorway too tight as well, clip with the sides.
How's the training going with the new guy?
The new guy.
Or should I ask that OP section?
It's going very well. Yes,
Good, good.
He's a fast learner and plenty of experiences to share. So.
Back upstairs.
Better hurry, Lloyd might get the end of it.
What's that?
Better hurry, Lloyd might get the end of it.
What happens if, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we don't. If they don't get administrative relief on that road, then they've got to bring it up.
Unmute here. Okay, we're unmuted.
The world of modern technology.
Okay, are we running a test on Scott Stewart's laptop?
See if I broke it.
It's muted right now.
Yes.
It works.
It's got a nice little echo to it,
Yeah.
Makes you sound, sci-fi-ish.
kind of like that, guy, Mr. Loss.
Behind the curtain.
So how do you like the new sheriff? Probably not as cool as the old one, was it?
It's tough to compare.
Yeah,
Good answer.
that's not fair. I was waiting until he was back. You weren't. Should have heard what he was saying about you before you got in here.
I know. Actually, the mic was unmuted, so
Like we're done with the test. Okay.
Good for you.
Not that we knew that by a lot, right?
yeah.
Oh, we have a minute or two, but we can get going. As long as everybody's here, ready to go. Tina, Youth Club
Yes,
Spark
ma'am.
County, we're ready.
You are.
Good to see you.
Well, how are you guys?
Good.
We're good and bad. We had a great year and a bad year, if that makes any sense. We're getting more kids. Our membership has almost doubled. Of course, everything's going up price wise for us. Fuel and supplies in general. We're trying very hard not to pass that on to parents, but unfortunately, the board did decide to raise the summer dues to $100 a month for this summer. We
Well,
lost, the market was bad.
75. Okay.
The market was really bad, so our endowment really took a huge dump. We went from $60,000 every quarter to $15,000 every quarter. So kind of trying to make up some of that money. Of course, we do have our fundraiser coming up this weekend. We're hoping for a big turnout on that. So, but we can answer any questions you guys have. I think all of you know basically what we do, so we didn't want to bore you with talking about that again. So,
Yeah, Jeff, are there any free lunch programs anymore? Do they still do that?
Pell Hospital does that over at the park.
yeah.
That helps. Do you guys still go over there?
We have kids who do, but we don't take all our kids. Some of them didn't want it or like it. So, but we do have kids who still, like, their parents will send them with their bikes and they ride over and bring their lunch back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write down kids are picky about food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are. Let me tell you, they are. Hal's worse than Cody kids, I think, but also we do an offsite at the college. We do a STEM program through the month of June for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, and we have teachers from the schools over there that come and do that. And then Christy Graham with help with the Elks, right? The
Yes.
Elks. They provide free meals and snacks to those kiddos. So the kiddos that are attending that program at the college do get fed by us.
Do you have an idea on why there's more kids?
Who knows? We've talked about that, and the only thing we can think is, COVID kind of hurt a lot of people. I know over here in Cody, one of the things was a couple of the daycares closed down, and so we ended up with some of those kiddos coming from daycares, and then I think moms, they just started utilizing us because we're so much cheaper than daycares.
After that month that summer, we gave that free month for with the money from here. That was a crazy. We're never doing that. We had probably in one day, I think our highest day was like 130 kids in our building. And I mean, it's a big building, but it's a lot.
That's a lot of kids. And of course, we're
And-
understaffed.
yeah.
And that doesn't.
And so after that, it didn't really dwindle down much. We've kept growing, we've kept numbers.
What is your staff number?
Well, we really want to have 8 in each club, but we can't even get folks to apply. But I think we've done better this summer, right?
Yes,
I think we're all,
Cody is fully staffed right now with 8 staff.
that's not counting the full-time people that are there.
And then, but Powell, we are still having people come in and, we just need bodies really at this point because there's nobody's applying even. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Your request is for 25,000.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And we've always requested that, and you guys have always been very generous with us. So we understand if you can't give that. We're thankful for anything you guys do for us. We do feel like we do play a big part. And the city of Powell showed us that last week. They gave us an additional $8,000, so we were pretty happy. So that helped kind of close that gap on funding. So, but no, you guys are always so sweet to us. So whatever you can do is great. Like I say, we're just trying really hard not to have to pass on to parents. I mean, the world surely is going to come back to normal at some point. So
We hope.
yeah, we
Might
hope.
be the new norm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, any more
Okay.
questions for us?
Anything else?
No,
Okay.
you guys are
Thanks for
awesome.
stopping
It was
by.
good to see
Thank
you.
you.
Good to you.
I haven't seen you in forever.
Not since I was on the board.
I know, right? You can come back, by the way.
Okay.
Christine? Discover Matizzi? Sure. Okay, next up, Christine Hertz Gleason, Discover Matizzi with special funding.
Hi. I'm Christine. This is Magnum Faust. He is actually the president of our board. I'm the treasurer. And this is our relatively new director, Misty Taylor. She has taken over for Kate Biaggi and is doing an incredible job. So do you want to start off, Magnum, or do you want me to? As you probably saw in the application, we've had an incredible year. We have accomplished every goal that we set and then some. We set records with the ice fishing derby, and we had 123 teams. We had more than 50 small fry, which was an all-time record for us. And we actually did an economic impact analysis for the Park County Travel Council this year. And with a very conservative estimate that based on the number of teams we had, and we had nearly 700 people in total, including family and friends who came to that fishing derby. It is the single largest event in Park County in the winter. And based on a conservative estimate of 100 hotel rooms and 1,400 meals, because fishermen like to eat, most of which is not in Matizzi, because as you know, we have an extremely limited number of hotel rooms and one full-time restaurant bar. So most of that impact was in Park County as a whole. And based on that, we estimated an hotel impact of $25,000 for the weekend. It's a 3-day weekend. And between $40,000 and $50,000 in meals. So it's significant. And it also provides a big chunk of our operational funding. So we're very proud of that. We've been successful in growing it, not just maintaining it every year as we've changed directors. And we are also very proud that we have been successful in transitioning to primarily social media. We've actually seen an increase throughout our website and Facebook. Thanks largely to Kate, who was our previous director, our website traffic jumped by almost 5,000%. Our Facebook reach increased by almost 600%. Meeteetse is rapidly becoming the southern gateway to Park County. People stop at the visitor center now, and this I'm very proud of. Meeteetse in 2022, the visitor center had more visitors walk through that door than the Powell Visitor Center did. Meeteetse is becoming the place to stop. We now have a visitor center right on Main Street as you come into town. If you haven't been there yet, stop in. It's cute. It's visible. We have a sign right there as you drive into town. We have a very popular bar and restaurant now, and starting this summer we will have an art gallery. Big Payne is in the process of renovating his property to become an art gallery. We have the chocolatier. And Misty, did you bring some Kerwin brochures with you? Okay, we the other thing that we're really proud of accomplishing in this past year is we actually designed and printed a formal brochure for Kerwin, so that the people who come in and want to know how to get there, there's a map. There are site maps of both the Double D and Kerwin, and so whether we're there or not, we have just recently installed a flyer holder on the outside, so people who stop when we're not open can find out how to get there. And it includes the Double D. So our intention is to make Park County a countywide destination, that we will become more than just Cody Yellowstone, because everybody knows Cody Yellowstone. But there is a lot going on in Park County. There's a lot going on in Meeteetse that you can easily spend a day just in Meeteetse. The museum is amazing. People are awestruck by what we have there in terms of displays and information. And they recently just hired a new assistant there so that they can expand the offerings there. We're collaborating with the museum. We're collaborating with Big Payne and his art gallery. We're collaborating with the Pitchfork Horse Sale, which is rapidly becoming a huge event. Meeteetse is going to have a street dance this year for the first time as part of the Pitchfork Horse Sale. So we're becoming in and of ourselves a destination, and as part of that, we're contributing immensely to Park County as a whole, because our resources right now are fairly limited. So if people want to eat, a lot of times, or if people want a place to stay, they have to go to Cody or Powell. So we're proud of our partnerships. We're proud of what we've accomplished, and we're extremely grateful for the support the commissioners have provided to us. We literally could not have accomplished everything that we accomplished in 2022 without your help. And so we want you to know that we recognize that, and we really do appreciate it. And we look forward to our continuing partnership with you. And we would also like, going forward, to expand on our involvement. So if there are things that you all would like to see as part of your plans for Park County, or if there are ways that we can partner with you in the things that you're working on, we want to expand our ability to do that. So our phone line is open, our doors are open, and we want to be an increasingly active partner in everything that's going on in Park County. Cool. Any questions?
What are your hours down there? Are you daily or?
We are daily.
Okay.
In the off season, we are open from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. And in the high season, and that's Monday through Friday. And then in the high season, we are open from 10 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, Monday through Saturday. One of our goals for this year, and we're not sure what's going to happen, because Park County Travel Council is also a big source of our funding. And they have informed us that because of the floods last year, their budget is significantly lower this year. But what we would like to do, even if we have to do it with our own funding, is to increase the number of hours that we're open, especially in the summer. We get a lot of stop-by traffic, and we'd like to be able to be available by more than just phone. So, right now we're 20 hours in the off season and 30 hours on the high season, but we want to increase that.
Commissioner?
Thank you for coming in and congratulations on a banner year. I have no doubt it was because of the commissioner liaison.
Oh,
Oh, absolutely.
That I've actually only been down to a couple meetings. I've told them every time, you know, if they need me, if you want me there, I'll be there, but otherwise it's a long ways from Clark to Meeteetse. I guess technically, I'm just curious, when did Discover Meeteetse and how is it is one and the same with the Meeteetse Visitor Center? Is it separate?
It's the same thing. We
Same
decided,
thing.
yeah, we decided last year that we wanted to be more than. We were running into a perception that if you're a visitor center, you just have,
That's it,
a
right.
building with
Yeah,
brochures.
no, that's
And
a
you
good
sit there and
move. I
answer
just,
questions.
we may get our paperwork changed around.
So, yeah, we actually
You're
are.
in one place in
formally
here
a TVA.
under visitor center, another place under Discover. The other question I had was, and you kind of answered a little bit, unfortunately, the travel council, since they had the slight change a couple of years ago in the lodging tax, if that helped, or could you see a difference?
Last year it helped. Last year they increased our funding. They allowed us to, they primarily fund advertising and our payroll. And they allowed us, they were only funding us actually for 10 hours a week. Last year they funded us for 20 hours a week. So that did help.
That helped.
That made a significant difference. What we had hoped to do this year that we probably won't be able to is to increase what we're able to pay. Misty, bless her heart. She is in charge of event coordination. She's in charge of public relations. She's in charge of social media. She's in charge of all of the actual paperwork of the office. She's an office manager. I mean, she takes 3 or 4 positions and consolidates them into 20 hours a week. And we pay her what she could make at Walmart. And so one of the things that we were successful at last year, we actually raised half of our budget ourselves. 50% of our budget comes from the fishing derby, and we sell really cool merchandise in our shop.
Yeah. I love the t-shirts. I can't remember something ice fishing one this year.
Oh, yes,
that
ice
was
fishing. We had a cool ice fishing derby t-shirt.
I had a choice between buying beer and the t-shirt, and beer won that day. So I'll catch it next time I'm through there.
Magnum on the Elkhorn.
Are you represented on the travel council?
I am actually the Meeteetse representative to the travel council.
Okay, so you have someone advocating for you in there, because
So,
no, you're definitely, Meeteetse is getting more popular, and I just want to make sure that you're really Chamber of Commerce, they do good work, that they're more business related as opposed to
they are
tourism.
Yeah, in fact,
I feel anyway.
the travel council just moved down. They actually physically separated, and now the travel council is downtown and the chamber is still in the visitor center. So
Anyway,
yeah,
good job.
They're focusing strictly on promoting advertising and marketing. So,
Commissioner?
Did the tribal council give you an idea on what kind of cuts or what kind of money, and when do you find out from the tribal council?
we find out Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. The email I got said that they would prefer a 30% reduction on our request. I'm not shy. I put in a 10% increase. I figure you don't ask, you don't get. And based on our numbers, Cody, their traffic increased by 1.5%. Ours increased just the visitors to the visitor center. Increased by 121%. Powell decreased by 16%. So we are being incredibly successful. And my argument to them on Thursday is going to be, you challenged us last year to take this increased money that you gave us and do something, and we did. We did. And so now we deserve to at least not be cut.
Can you drop us a note and let us know what happens?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
All right,
have
and
anything
I'll
else?
also put some of our Kerwin brochures because they're kind of cool. We'll probably change the paper next time, but they're actually really cool, and I'll pop some of those in an envelope and send them
Be
down
great.
so you all can see what they look like.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for your
All
time.
right, you bet.
The name change was the meeting you missed. You missed the meeting where they talked about
The name change.
I did.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Becky Ransom, Yellowstone Behavioral Health Center. Special funding request. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, thank you again for considering our request to help offset the expenses for our 24/7 services to the county. In the application, I had last year's numbers in there, just over 700 hours of service. Almost 400 Title 25 evaluations in those hours. Unfortunately, for this new year, the numbers are higher. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. However, we have to pay for it. And so this is why, once again, we're asking for your help. We receive money from the Department of Health. However, we provide more hours of service than they're covered. So that's why we ask for help from the county. We changed some of our business practices to kind of help us offset increases in expenses. A couple trends that we're seeing this year, I think that might be interesting to you is trending, of course, with young people. And hearing the presentation earlier from the youth clubs is really wonderful to hear that more and more kids are getting the activities that they need, because I think the resiliency and the life skills are more and more important for young people these days. We're seeing more kids in the hospitals for these evaluations, and they're getting it younger and younger. We've had a few that are as young as 9 years old that have told their family or their school counselor that they want to die. So we're really appreciative of everything you can do to help us help this community. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about our services. I know I've been to you before, so
We
won't go
appreciate
into
the services.
too much of the details, but we sure appreciate
I just want to thank you, Madam Chair, and you missed a part though that I know you meant to add, that opioid is an issue.
Absolutely is an issue, and I am hoping to come before you about that as well. We do have a medication assisted therapy program that we have funding through SAMHSA, through the Department of Health, to provide for about 16 clients. We turn away that many on a regular basis. And so
as we get closer to understanding with the county attorney's help, everything that's required in the opioid settlement, we will get everybody together and have a workshop about how this might look.
Right. And any information you might need about the program and what we do and how it works, I'd be happy to help.
Okay, appreciate that. Any other thoughts, questions? You know how this works. We'll be a few weeks until we get our budget sorted out, but we'll let you know.
Absolutely. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can use something else.
Mm-hmm.
Guys all want to just go on break now, or did you want to listen to the?
I gotta go.
No, we're fine. The next thing on our agenda is Sheriff Daryl Stewart, Sheriff Department compensation, and I think I briefed you all a little bit in some of the department head elected officials conversations. We've looked at positions, and a couple of years ago, we addressed a few things in Road and Bridge, and this year it's Sheriff Stewart's belief that we need to address a couple of things in law enforcement that are probably not still on the same job description level that they were in the past when they were placed on the grading step scale. So that's what we want to take a look at, is a couple of those.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, as this is my first time before you, if I start venturing into areas that I shouldn't be, please stop me.
Stop.
Okay. The reason I requested to speak before the commissioners this morning is the deep concern I have over what's going on with the sheriff's department. Mainly retention and recruitment. Like with any organization, our employees are the best asset we have, and we're losing a lot of experienced people since November. It's been very concerning. We'll lose at least 13 by June. We just lost a sergeant here last week, and we're losing a detective, the only investigator we have tomorrow. I've got rumors of other deputies, 3 to 4, that are looking for jobs, mainly because of pay. I've had 5 deputies come to me requesting secondary employment applications because they're looking for other work as well. And I understand there's a lot more out there. But with that being said, I've been doing a lot of exit interviews with them, trying to figure out what's going on. And it varies. There's a myriad of reasons, from retirement, stress on the job, the OISs that are happening across the state, officer involved shootings, sorry. Several of them, I shouldn't say several, a couple have gone to other jobs in the private sector trying to get better pay. The stresses that are caused by the inflation, taxes, and food, as you're no stranger to, and with the increase in housing here in the Park County area, it's draining on them. After I took office, I opened up. Normally, we did interdepartmental promotions from within the jail and within dispatch. We've opened it up to lateral transfers, which kind of opened our eyes. I only had 3 Wyoming certified officers apply. 2 of those were currently doing other things, waiting to get back in the law enforcement sector. One of them was currently employed in Park County and rescinded his application because he couldn't take the pay cut, which kind of surprised me. So, like I say, my incentive here, I guess the reason for being here is I want to try to work this where we can help these employees out. The 2 that I've identified, as I'm sure, have indicated, last year, I believe you guys spoke of deputy 3 positions, which are already in that step and grade. We're looking at maybe putting some of the tasks of the FTOs, the field training officers, in that bracket, as they spend a lot of time training all the new people. They're the experienced ones. They also act as a corporal type, so when their sergeants are gone, they take over the leadership duties and assume that role. I want to give them some sort of an incentive to do that. Right now, the deputy 2, I think, is at a grade 16. The deputy 3 put him off at about a grade 18. With that, the other position that I was looking at is a communication supervisor. They oversee all the dispatch and about 8 dispatchers. In our chain of command, they're up in the lieutenant, Homeland Security, and also the search and rescue coordinator level with them. Right now, that person's pay is a grade 17. Which is very similar. Well, it's right in between janitorial supervisor and solid waste foreman. It's our sergeants are at 22 and our lieutenants are at 24. So I'd like to get them up in that 21 range. My fear is if we lose that person, how are we going to replace them and what are we going to have to replace them at? But the step and grade system was new to me coming in. So Andy's kind of taken over some of that. And he's talked to a lot of the local agencies within the basin trying to get an idea where we stand. So I guess I can turn it over to you for that.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. So we just had conversations about where our step and grade is and trying to look at apples to apples comparisons on local law enforcement competition and the profession and just seeing where we're at. And so I was able to get information from other local law enforcement agencies and just kind of look at what they provide on starting pay for different positions like officer 1, 2, 3, sergeant, lieutenant, and also look at the benefits, the full package that the organization puts forward for those officers or troopers. And so we can try to have an apples to apples look. And I was able to compile all that information for the law enforcement profession for our starting positions. We learned that with pay and benefits, all of our starting positions for local law enforcement profession comparisons, we were about 2% under on the average when you compare all the other local agencies for pay and benefits. When we looked at pay, we were about 6, almost 7% under just with regards to pay, because it can kind of fluctuate on what benefit package each organization puts together, whether they give the HSAs or pay for deferred comp or how much they cover for health insurance or retirement. But when you look at everything that each agency is putting forward, that was about the average. When we looked at if we were to try to keep on pace with the step and grade system that we were kind of looking at last year, we made some good moves, we made some good progress. But as we looked at kind of what those totals were, just looked at a 20-year veteran deputy or a veteran officer within each organization and where they stand, what's that growth? And if we kept on track with what we were trying to implement last year, we'd be about 20 for pay and benefits, would be about 15% less than the average of the other local law enforcement profession competition for pay and benefits. And we're about 24% under for just if you look at pay for just for hourly wages. Different ideas we had to make it a little more aggressive on how we can try to address the growth for each position for say a 20-year deputy to try to be more comparable. If we were able to kind of up that progression and growth as other law enforcement professions enact through their career, there's that potential where we could try to bring it down to about 9% under with pay and benefits. And then our pay would be about 50% under compared to the local competition. Some other agencies, they put in a lot upfront with wages or pay, but then they might not have as much growth over, when they start going from 5, 10, 15, 20 years on the job. Mm-hmm. So our goal is to try to bridge that gap. We realize that we're not, be able to do a complete closure because different places have different resources, different funding mechanisms. Mm-hmm. But just understanding where we stand in terms of the local competition and the ones that are talking with what our employees are looking at when they're considering, hey, what kind of job lateral transfer I might want to. And then the other thing to consider is these numbers that we were looking at is based on current wages right now, and not counting in whatever those agencies are looking at for their new fiscal year, and if they're going to give any type of cost of living increases or adjustments.
How many staff do you have?
60 approximately.
Approximately 60.
That's counting kitchen help and.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I didn't hear the answer.
60?
60.
And that includes everybody in the jail and
Detention and sheriff.
Our patrol division, the detention, communications.
what's the average length of time that, say, a detention officer stays with you?
It can vary. When we've gone to conferences, it used to be 18 months. And in that number, I think the last conference we went to, it's gone down to either 15 or 16 months from detention side, especially. It's a very difficult job because you're surrounded by potential negativity quite a bit. And it can be a difficult job to stay in. We've been tracking our employee experience starting last year, just looking at all the different divisions and just the experience of officers. We've lost about a year's worth of experience just overall. We've had some very experienced officers that have come in and they go different places, but we're just tracking within our agency. So the institutional knowledge versus you still might have some ones that have other law enforcement experience from other places, but we're just looking at experience within our agency, and that has noticeably gone down just as people retire and go to other places.
Sure.
Madam Chair, I'm guessing the old sheriff knew that there was a retirement coming up.
Definitely lost some vital experience.
Is there an incentive program to go beyond the retirement that you guys offer? If they don't retire, they'll get an extra bonus or whatever.
With our state system, I guess what I was under there, we'd go to 2.5% per year at up to 20, and then it continued on to 30 for a total of 75%. I think the county is that way as well, but it caps out at 75%, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds correct.
Are you asking for this change is immediate, or are you talking about beginning next budget?
Well, I believe next budget is only going to have to wait. We just don't have the money.
Maybe a little bit. Could you attribute these problems to prior management?
Yeah. There's some personality.
I think it'll, I know that they've done a lot of homework and we've talked about this for a couple
Mhm.
different get-togethers, so. We need to get that dollar figure completely figured out as to what all needs to change, but those are the two main positions. Sure.
Madam Chair, I think rebuttal, no. No, you know, I think I've said it sitting in that chair numerous times, that in 5 years, we're in a crisis with law enforcement. And I think it's going even faster than what I predicted. But what I, you know, I don't talk to the sheriff much about this, but other people I've talked to, you know, with the wages they're making now, they can take that 50% and bail at 20. I think the 30-year cop's gone. I think you're looking at the 20-year guy to get that 50 and bail and then get a job, make more money. So while I was sitting on this side of the bench now, I mean, certainly got to look at all the county as a whole, but something's going to have to be done on that law enforcement side, because I think even not just recruitment, or I mean retention, but recruitment, you know, talking to some of the other chiefs, what used to happen, we would get 30 applications for one position. Now you're lucky to get 2 per position. And I think with what's going on, there's something's gonna have to change. And that whole deputy 3 thing was designed exactly what this is for FTOs, for those people who go above and beyond. But I know in the years I worked there, they hit it right on the head. We're pretty comparable. They hire a lot faster, a lot higher than we kind of stabilize a little bit, but it's just that ongoing, you kind of plateau out when you reach a point under the old system where I remember having guys working there 28 years making the same thing as a guy with 3 years experience. And that's where a lot of the guys look at that and say, why do I want to stick around in 20 years and be making $2 more an hour than I make now? So I think that's an important thing to look at moving forward.
Madam Chair. Yeah, kind of a question as well as a statement. The recruitment part, I don't believe, you would know more than I do, that it's a completely localized issue, though. Where law enforcement, at least the news that I watch, it's kind of everywhere. Now, we may be a little bit worse than some, probably not better than others, and it definitely needs to be fixed. There's no question. I look at your department, like I try to look at everything as I'm a strong believer in capitalism, and you run a business for a service with employees. And when you can't get what you want, you end up having to pay more. Unfortunately, the coffers are only so thin that we can make an adjustments, because we obviously, I mean, you're an integral part of the county. And the requirement above all that we have to provide. Not saying we're not needed anyway or want it, but but yeah, come budget time, if we can crunch some numbers and hit the main things. I've questioned the step grade myself at the entry level in other departments as well, and I'm not convinced it's a one size fits all for everybody. So
I'm sure I just remember having that sheriff sitting in front of us years ago, and we were asking him, is it a money thing? And he said, not at this time, but it's coming. And it's here.
One other thing to add too is you kind of touched on it with the opioids a little bit later or earlier.
I strung that out so that we could use that before that settlement that we could use for our funding to.
But that opioid, that's a huge part of retention in the detention facility with these Title 25. I mean, that's people reach a point where like, I don't need to be dealing with this person doing what they're doing in the facility.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it graphic, but you know, it's just.
Well, and part of the issue is both the opioid money and the ARPA money are, I'm gonna use the term temporary.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't use them for salaries because it's not gonna continue, but we have to figure out the best place to put those program dollars to make them work. But yeah, the opioid thing is important, and we'll be working, as I think you heard the earlier conversation, that we'll get everybody together when we know we have enough info on that information to see what's gonna help the most.
I don't know if I can comment on what Commissioner Teal was saying, but yeah, as far as I watched the weekly DCI website comes through for job opportunities in the state. It's strictly law enforcement. It's deputies, officers, dispatchers, detention. It's been averaging about 50 different agencies throughout there every week, and that's multiple positions. So we're really vying for employees. When I was down in, Under Sheriff Barry and I were both down in Casper, the highway patrol was lacking 50 troopers at that time, and they thought they were going to lose another 9 before the academy finished. With this last hire we did on detention, we had 20 applications sitting in the file. The Lieutenant Torzon, he started calling all these people. We had 2 agree to test. 1 didn't show. We had one applicant out of 20. That's the dilemma. Luckily, recently we've been fairly.
We appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you.
That's for sure. Okay, well, unless anybody has anything else, we'll end up crunching some numbers, but you understand what the request is. And we'll see where we can get.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Never have.
We had 100,000 more earlier today at this thing.
That's what we can use for storage.
Back to the blue, but no one's back.
Really? Are those connected? Oh, boy.
Yeah,
This ought to be
exactly.
entertaining.
I got in trouble walks out.
Yeah.
Still on
Hello.
Hello, how are you, Nicole?
Good. How are you guys?
The next thing on our agenda, Nicole Gerhart, with the County Museum Board with a kind of a different request than we're used to.
Yes, Commissioners, Madam Chairman, so I'm here before you today as the chair of the Park County Museum Board. The work we do for you is to oversee the archives inside the Park County Library and the Homesteader Museum in Powell. So we have 4 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee, and that is basically the bulk of our budget. It is very tiny compared to some of your other departments and entities. And the reason I am here is because one of our employees got married and would like to add their spouse to the health insurance, which we can't say no to. And our budget cannot, we don't have any wiggle room in our budget to pay for that, additional expense. So I'm here to ask you, and I think it's in coordination with the clerk's office, however we want to do it. But we need 3 months worth of health insurance money at $705 a month for a grand total of $2,115. And whether the county clerk's office wants to pay that for us, or cut us a check and we pay it, it all goes into the same health insurance fund as far as I understand. So the logistics of it, we don't care, but because the end of the fiscal year is fast approaching, going in the red on paper is one thing, but bouncing checks is the actual
Problematic.
yeah, so we need some assistance, just because, we don't have a lot of wiggle room in the fiscal year. We obviously didn't budget for somebody to get married. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the payment of 3 months worth of health insurance for an additional coverage for one person through the museum board. Logistics to be worked out.
Sure. Should our bookkeeper just work with Bobby or Steve or what's with Steve? With Steve. Okay, I'll have him get in touch. Okay.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
Okay, I just have a question. Would this then in fact be a budget amendment?
Yes.
Yes, but we probably won't put it until we go in, finish this year's budget. We'll put it in at the end.
That's where I was
Like we
going
do
with
the
this.
others. Yeah, because otherwise we have to do a public hearing and all of
Right.
that. So we'll just put it at the end, and then we've already told them that we will get the numbers corrected going forward for their insurance, for their employees in next year.
Next year's budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Nobody else can get married.
Okay, we'll tell them. Yeah, or have children. No. Just kidding.
I mean, that's allowed.
Hearing no other discussion, all those in favor of the motion?
All right.
Unopposed? Okay,
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you.
Don't screw up again.
Don't screw.
Yeah, the next thing on our agenda is discussion of the health insurance renewals. Are you expecting any other people, Colleen?
I have no one.
Okay.
They did not say whether anybody was coming or not, so if we want to just
Okay,
move forward, we'll just move forward.
we'll just roll.
Hey, I believe I sent you, if you don't mind, I'll just sit here. I believe I sent you everything that I know. It's time to again discuss our insurance for the renewals that will need to be in place by the end of June. Our stop loss carrier companion life is increasing the rate by 7%. We will have one laser at $350,000 with all other employees at $100,000. Mental health therapy has been a topic amongst several of the departments. So moving forward, we did some research and moving forward with the teledoc services that we already have in place. It would increase 0.33 cents per employee per month for a total of $3.23 to continue teledoc, but also include the mental health additional part of that, of what teledoc provides. It could be set up where an employee would pay $20 for the therapy session and $50 for a psych consultation if they go that far. It's easy, it's anonymous. Access to mental health providers is key to these services, and we can provide that. Talking openly about their mental health encourages employees to feel comfortable about their mental health, and this program is designed to reduce the stigma and encourage people to seek care. See more productivity at work with mental health support. We will be given licensed psychiatrists and psychologists. They're not local people necessarily, but they are certified to practice in the state of Wyoming under psych and psychology. Treatments can be over the phone, text, video. Scheduling a treatment becomes a possibility with virtual visits available from morning to night from any location, so it's very convenient for an employee. With those two scenarios above, the health insurance group recommends a 2% increase in premiums, which would cost a total of $58,542.36 using the April 2023 statement. And then I listed on your sheet how much it would go up per single employee, spouse, employee, children, employee, spouse, children. So we're recommending a small increase, even though the insurance company is indicating 7% increase in stop loss. We are recommending a 2% increase, knowing that the fund holds 1.9 million. And then I sent you also a sheet that shows what happens when we don't take a small increase. In 14-15, we had a reduction of 10% because we felt we were overfunded. But then in 15-16, we had to increase it by 17.9. Then 2 years, we took no increase. In 2018-19, we took 11.6% increase. 19-20, we took a 10% increase. And in 2021, a 0, 21-22, a 5, 22-23 is 0, and we're projecting and asking for a 2% this year for 23-24. Any questions?
I'm sure. So I tried to follow everything. You did a great job. It's just, it's my mental capacity, not your presentation. So in a nutshell, we're going up 2%, your proposal. I get that, or everything. But there's a two-part deal. You're also adding a service to our insurance for mental health.
Correct.
And exactly how much did I miss? How much that increases potentially per employee, not what they're contribute, but to the countywide.
Okay, it's my understanding that that does not increase anything for the county. Because we are a teledoc customer, we pay 3.23 cents per employee per month. And that covers the cost, just like we belong to teledoc right now. We're paying $2.90 per employee per month. General medical visits. So there's no additional charge against our claims funding, which makes sense if you are paying $6,500 a year and your average annual visits for general medical teledoc are less than $130 per year, making the doctor visits about $50 per visit, which is obviously less expensive than going into a physician's office. This added 33% would do the same thing, although it's handled a little differently. So we want our employees not to feel that they can't afford to use it, but with the $20 pre, like if I call and the doctor calls me back, the first thing I do is pay by debit card my $20. And then that's all they'll get. And then Teladoc pays the rest.
Okay, I mean, and I'm following you in a little bit of way, but in a sense, it does cost us.
It does, because we're increasing that.
Because it's another service that we're providing, but it doesn't cost until a service is used.
No, it doesn't cost us when the service was used at all.
Because
that's
the
what we're
employee pays
paying.
100% of any visit or any issues.
No, they'll only pay 20.
Right.
But the dollars that we have in the pot with Teladoc picks up the rest of the cost. That's why it's the 0.33 increase.
And that's the only thing that money is used for?
Correct. Yes. So we have the health side, we want to add the mental health side. Because it's cheaper. We checked, or I shouldn't say, we had a department check into Wyatt, something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. To use local services was gonna cost us $5,600 a year.
Madam Chair, I'm not gonna question, you guys are the experts. However, I just feel that it's times that we are insurance rich and later poor.
So you need it.
To me, there's always been an imbalance with the county. The benefits are so, in my opinion, good, but they're not really attractive, and they don't pay the bills for people that, the workforce. The benefit package is decent, but it's never accounted for. And if we keep increasing the benefit side, and that what I'm hearing is we're not really increasing it in any way, but.
And I would just speak from being in charge of our health insurance and double checking things on a monthly basis, or actually on a weekly basis. We have put thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars into mental health. And no employee, I'm not naming names or any of that because I really don't know all of it. All I know is I know where the dollars, a big portion, not a big portion, a portion of our dollars go. That the employee pays and we pay the rest. So it could be very helpful for our plan.
Okay.
If an employee reached out to this first, and again, that's an employee's choice. But if you don't have a choice there for them, they don't know that this is. And yes, Dawson.
But they did monitor a couple of the departments through the discussions with the insurance committee over the last few months. They did talk to a few of their employees that, how do you feel about this? Where would you go? Well, most of them would much rather contact a professional out of the area that you're not going to walk into Walmart and run into, if you're talking to them about mental health. And so the Teladoc option was pretty cool and pretty well received when they got talking about it. Then we had to look into the costs and what it would change.
Yes.
And it really didn't change much of anything. It's just unallowable. But we did feel that there should be some buy-in from the employees on those two factors.
Madam Chair, the presentation period is just almost sound too good. What's the hell to catch? And what I was saying.
Well, yeah, I think that because we have Teladoc started, we were already had a foot in the door, so we were in good shape.
So with the sheriff's office, we started on this 2 years ago, through a conference we went to talking about mental health and mental illness stuff within officers and people. And what was common back then was you would, if we had a shooting, you made it mandatory that they have to go because I'm the tough guy. I don't need this type, but you made it mandatory to go one time. And that way you weren't looked upon as being weak. But throughout the years, what is evolutionized, whatever. Evolved. So we started down this road a couple of years ago trying to look at doing this. And we had this with officers who we tried to provide them an avenue to go somewhere else. And so when we looked at this program, I think we started looking at it before. It was gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one agency for us to go to that. We looked at that foundation was possibly gonna pay for it. And what we found through all this study is people that can do it anonymously are so much faster to do it. And that's where with that foundation, we're trying to set up a program where they would go to an approved psychologist, psychiatrist. We would get a number back, not a name, a number back, an invoice from that provider to the nonprofit foundation. And the minute that was opened up, we started seeing some participation. And the thing with it, what we found throughout the years of study is mental illness is just one root of a lot of problems and a lot of costs to an agency when it comes to bad health, heart attacks, or I mean, you name it, drug abuse. So just a slight increase or any increase is probably going to be worth it because it's going to save the organization in the long run with issues that evolve around that. You know, we're still doing, I know the sheriff is still doing it with a couple guys in the department where, you know, not having that availability as a young officer really messed them up. And they're still dealing with that.
Okay. Any further discussion on the proposal?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll start. It's about died for lack of time.
I
have a motion and a
second all the time.
Well, then speak up me first.
I have a motion and a second to approve the requested 2% increase in the health insurance renewal,
And the teledoc.
which includes the teledoc. Yes.
Gotcha.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion
Madam Chair,
passes. Yes.
Question, when we get the companion life, they'll be sending us the contract soon. I'll just, with your approval, I'll just go ahead and sign the contract and we'll get it back to them. So it's usually a very quick
I
turnaround.
think since we just agreed to it.
Okay.
So I know it's after the fact, but and so we have a way of monitoring this, if you will, separate account
Teledoc?
as it,
Teledoc?
yeah, as it's being used.
We don't monitor it. They Teledoc monitors it. And I don't believe I bought,
But we have a way of
You try to.
following it. Is it being used?
yes, so this
Yeah.
is the report. I do have one.
Okay.
This is the report we received from Teledoc monthly at our insurance meetings. So we know in the month of March, we saved $16,306. We had a 71% utilization and it took about 34 minutes. We helped
Waiting time.
34-minute waiting time, sorry. Primaries, there were 3. The dependents, we served 7 and eligible lives. So for the total month of March, we had 10 lives that used the teledoc.
Okay.
So we will get this same kind of a report on mental health. It does not give us names, places, it
No,
only gives us.
Does it go from this year versus last year, or this month
Yes.
to last month?
So,
Okay,
so.
that's fine,
so
as long as
here's the
you're,
blue line. Yep, this is last year's. And then last year's usage, and this is this year. Okay. Yeah, so they're really good about, because when they said that we weren't paying, it's like, we better do some checking. And I said, and if we're supposed to pay anything, we're not paying now, it's their own fault.
It's their own, yeah. No,
Because we didn't quite understand that, that's exactly how it worked either. But it's all in the dollars that we already paid until that.
Right.
Very So on behalf of the Health Insurance Committee and all the employees, we thank you.
Copy that.
okay,
Lunchtime?
lunchtime. We'll be back at 1:15.
be cheaper just buy an efficient goal, wouldn't it? Buy an efficient goal, it's all the therapy, I think.
We're in Douglas though.
Oh, I'm thinking of Gillette, I'm sorry.
So no, it's not within walking distance.
Cause I gotta be in Gillette that weekend, so.
Oh, you're gonna come to most of the meeting and duck out,
I'll be at all of them since.
and then Friday morning you'll head for Gillette?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I got a double A.
Neither one of them.
Till Monday. I even have a game on Monday.
Oh, then you're coming
Neither,
down Friday.
neither one of them.
Neither.
Snyder's first.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. You guys want to come in here where it was cool? Huh?
I know. It's relieved.
Okay, we're at about 1:15. The next thing on our agenda is Kevin Belvin, Jenny with Park County Planning Office, amended plat of Schneider subdivision.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in the RR2 zoning district. The planning area is Cody Local. We did receive an application from Mr. Musser in April of this year to initiate this partial vacation and amended plat. We received a payment. We received a revised amended plat on May 3rd of this year. That's shown in figure 1. So what this will be, of course, a partial vacation, amended plat, Schneider subdivision. It affects current lot 7 and lot 10. And it'll be the vacation, if this is approved, of lot 7 and lot 10, and it will create lot 107 and lot 110. Of course, lot 7 will become 107, a little bit smaller. Lot 10 will become lot 110, just a little bit bigger. Both of these will still be used for residential use. History: Schneider subdivision was approved in 1974 by the commissioners. And again, you saw the most recent revised amended plat in figure 1. So in figure 2, we showed the location. Both of these lots are about a half mile north of Cody, north side of Schneider Road, and just east of County Road 2AB. And again, that's shown in figure 2. In figure 3, we have a topo map. Lot 7 is developed, has a resident septic system, some outbuildings. Lot 10 is residential vacant land, and both these lots have water rights. Properties have little change in elevation, and you can see that in figure 3. Neighboring land use: most of these lots are surrounded by residential or residential vacant land. That's shown in figure 4. I mentioned this is in the RR2 zoning district. So these new lots as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. We did decide this, or we did determine this required a partial vacation because we are changing the lot configuration, and an amended plat is required. An amended plat, our conclusion is, has to be approved by the board with or without a public hearing. In this case, we decided a public hearing was not necessary. We have in the middle of page 6 on our staff report the amended plat process. Of course, again, I mentioned that the required fee was paid. We got an amended plat. We did notify agencies. DEQ responded with various contacts should permits be necessary. Treasurer's office responded. Property taxes are paid in full on both of these lots. Public Works responded. Their one comment was they recommended the final amended plat show Snyder Road as a public road instead of a county road. I'm not sure the difference, but you probably are. Heart Mountain Irrigation, they stated a water distribution plan has been approved. They confirmed the lots are subject to the Snyder Road Water Use Association. They gave us contact for the current water master. Game and Fish responded. They have no wildlife concerns. The airport authority responded because technically this is in an airport overlay. They had no concerns. We received no public comments. Plat Review Committee met on April 25th. There were some minor changes. Again, we did get the revised amended plat, which you had a chance to see. Both lots had the same ownership. This new amended plat is titled the Amended Plat of Schneider Subdivision.
in parentheses, lot 7 and lot 10. Again, lot 7 will become lot 107, lot 10 will become lot 110. This amendment is not creating any additional lots or parcels. And again, these lot sizes conform to the RR2 zoning district. And we're happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Any questions from the board? No questions? Okay, we do show one staff recommendation. I guess it's not really a condition though.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to read that. I apologize for forgetting. Yeah, we do recommend approval of this amended plat. And should you approve it, we recommend the following condition. The applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Then moved and seconded to approve as presented the amended plat for Snyder subdivision, including the conditions stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Just curious, why are you doing it on that?
Well, one of those lot lines came right through the front yard.
Oh, well, there's that.
True.
And so we moved it over to the fence.
That was one.
That was it.
Yeah.
And vegetation and, yeah.
Are you gonna be selling off any of that cool fencing?
No comment.
Madam Chair, resolution 2023-23. Thank you.
Cool. Okay.
It has a nice ring to it.
Oh, you have. Get it signed.
Not all of it, just some of it. Look at.
Sign it. So once they
Oh.
bring it, then we'll. Yeah, I think once your signatures, bring it, Dossie will sign and then it'll be ready for recording. Sounds good. Thanks, Harold.
Harold, have a good day.
Do we have the plat here?
Not yet. I don't believe we have them.
Okay, because I'm gonna be gone from Thursday morning till next Thursday.
He said he was gonna bring it tomorrow. Okay, yeah, he said.
Did he
Yes,
say he was
and
gonna
I
bring
think
it?
it is EA, so.
Okay.
I don't have it.
All right. Otherwise, it'll be a week, so.
Right.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and I don't know, actually, I don't know how they are with their signatures, so.
Okay.
We'll work it out. Thanks, Dossie.
Mhm.
I'll mention that though.
Can have the vice chair sign as well.
If you can catch me.
I was gonna say, getting him in town's worse than getting me.
Yeah.
If not, there's a rubber stamp somewhere. Molly knows where.
Not for plats.
Molly knows the
Plats.
She takes care of you guys.
Gotta be signed in Sharpie on the Mylar.
On the Mylar, yeah.
Yeah. Sharpie.
Are you expecting anyone else for amended plat of Eagle Nest?
Not that I know of. We're not, do you know of anybody who will come in from EA? I don't think so.
Yeah, I haven't heard from anyone.
Yeah, not to my knowledge. Nobody from EA.
Okay, it's not a public hearing, so
Yeah.
I think we can keep going.
Yep.
So the next thing on the agenda is Delvin and Jenny from the Planning and Zoning Office, amended plat of Eagle Nest Ranch subdivision.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rule. We did receive an application from the applicant to conduct a partial vacation and amended plat on April of this year, including payment. Then we received a revised amended plat on May 8th, which is in figure 1, which you had a chance to see. So the applicant requests approval of this. It will partially vacate the Eagle Nest Ranch subdivision. It affects lot 18 and 19. Those will be vacated. They, should this be approved, they will become lot 118 and 119. So lot 18 will shrink in size and become lot 118, and lot 19 will grow in size slightly and become 119. And these lots will continue to be for residential use. Eagle Nest Ranch subdivision was approved in 1983 by the Board of County Commissioners. Location of this property, you can see that in figure 2. These lots particularly located approximately 7.5 miles southwest of Powell, southeast of Highway 14A, south side of Dutcher Springs Trail. And again, that's shown in figure 2. Figure 3 is a topo map. And Madam Chair, current lot 19 has a residence, a septic, and outbuildings. Lot 18 is vacant and classified as residential vacant land. Topography is relatively flat in the northern portion, but then of course it slopes down to Eagle Nest Creek, which is south of these lots. So there is some slope as you get close to the creek. And part of the southern border or bottom of these lots, and that is shown on the revised amended plat, is in floodplain, some of the southern portion of both of these. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 4 that a lot of the lots around this property is residential. Of course, it's in a subdivision. North of Highway 14A, there are some agriculture uses. Again, this is in the GRP zoning district. So the lot sizes proposed, should this amendment be approved, it's consistent with the GRP zoning district. Again, this is a partial vacation. It requires an amended plat. We are changing the lot configuration. Amended plat must be approved by the board. Again, in this case, we didn't think a public hearing was necessary because to our knowledge, no other lot owners were going to be affected by this. So when we did receive the fee for the amended plat, and of course we did receive the amended plat itself and the revised amended plat. We notified agencies. Again, DEQ responded with their common or their standard notification. Treasurer's office said that property taxes are paid for both lots. Public Works responded that they don't have any comments or concerns with this proposal. Game and Fish, they have no wildlife comments. They gave us their standard subdivision considerations. Garden Light and Power said they serve the property. They don't have any issue with this adjustment of a lot line. And Shoshone Irrigation District responded, a water distribution plan will not be required. Again, the amended plat shows the floodplain. However, given that, and I should mention that, of course, this property is in a flood overlay district, so we made comments regarding that. We did comment there seems to be adequate space for existing and future developments outside of the floodplain. We did mention that there's some slope as you approach Eagle Nest Creek from the north. And of course, this is not a new subdivision. So on the top of page 8, that paragraph where it talks about base flood elevation data being required, really that applies to certain subdivisions, but it's when subdivisions are new and being proposed. That's not the case here. Otherwise, no portion of these lots are in an ag overlay district or airport overlay district. We did not receive any public comments. Plat Review Committee met on April 25th. They had some comments and changes. We received an amended plat, which you had a chance to see. Both these lots have the same ownership. This plat is titled the amended plat of Eagle Nest Ranch Subdivision, Lot 18 and Lot 19. Should this be approved, Lot 18 will become 118, Lot 19 will become Lot 119. 18 and 19 will be vacated. This amendment is not creating any new lots or parcels. And again, these new lot sizes conform to GRP. Madam Chair, we have some findings you had a chance to see. We recommend approval of this amended plat. We have one recommended condition, that is the applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And we're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Any questions from the commissioners? Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the amended plat of Eagles Nest Ranch subdivision with the staff recommendation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the amended plot of Eagle Nest Ranch subdivision with the one recommended condition. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, thank you, Colleen.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that was quick. Oh.
Finally a break.
Okay. Oh, I'm getting a little bit ahead here. Oh, okay. Hi, Shelley.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
We're running a little bit ahead of time, but whenever you'd like to.
Okay.
You can.
Now, I've never done this before, so
Okay.
I am a real newbie, went behind the years. Thank you for coming to our volunteer dinner. Thank you so much.
I learned a lot.
Oh, good, good. I'm here to request that my grant be approved for the Cody Senior Center. I'm the director. I just took this position in April 1st. I actually became president of the board in October. Then some things happened, and I was the president, and then on April 1st, I became the director. So this is all new to me. I was at the library with the teens, and I realized there's not much difference between the teens and the seniors, which is awesome, you know. So yes, so I'm asking for $55,000 to be able to use as match for the grants that we do secure. We know that there's been a lot of surveys done, and we're finding that Wyoming's aging population is increasing quickly, very quick. And to be able to go along with the state and offer and help for these seniors to be able to live independently, that's why we're here. We provide transportation. We provide over 100 meals of rolling meals each day, and then close to 75 to 100 meals that we serve inside the dining hall. We also offer activities for people to come in and do at no cost to them. All of our grants provide that for them. Our transportation has been down because we were lacking in employees, drivers, which surprise. And so we were only able to bring people from their homes to the center and to enjoy the companionship and the meals, and then also doctor's appointments, and some went to the camp. So we have hired another driver, so we're going to be able to get more people to different things, grocery shopping, you know, allowing them a little bit more independence. And so that's what we do. And so that's why I'm here.
How's your, I use the term enrollment, how's your population been? Has it been growing?
Yes,
Steady? Okay.
yes, it has. Yeah. And that's, you know, I think that's just so important, because one of the things on the survey that they did in 2020 that goes through 2025 that the UW and the Division of Aging did was that most of the people, the reason why they go to the senior centers or want these is for companionship. You know, so many of them are at home alone, and the cost of, you know, long-term care, assisted living is astronomical. And if we can step in and help them to be able to stay at their houses, and their families, you know, can check in on them and stuff like that. So
But yeah, we do have a lot that come in. It's pretty incredible. I love to look out and see, you know, because I make announcements every day, you know, 75 to 80 people sitting there. And they, you know, they're kind of like middle schoolers where they sit with their own little cliques. But sometimes they have to go, you know, somewhere else and sit with somebody else, which is phenomenal.
Cool.
And I've had people that their parents have said, actually, one of our past mayors, her mother comes every day, and she said that this is her family, you know, besides me. That's her family. So I think it's really important to our aging population that we continue to provide these services and increase more. I also have a grant that I put in with Shoshone Rec for we do Tai Chi at the library, we do yoga, and then we also have chair yoga for those who can't. And I'm amazed how many people step up to do those, participate.
Good.
So
any other thoughts, concerns, questions? Well, the way this works is we will take your application under advisement and we'll work through the budget here in the next couple of weeks and we'll let you know.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in.
Have a
To tell you, all of your residents had some relationship from Powell. Once they found out I was from Powell, they had to tell me about all these people they knew from Powell. So,
And they do like to tell their story.
oh, I did find that out.
One of the things that I want to do is hook up with some of the teams that I had at the library, have them come in with the seniors, kind of like a grandparent thing. And then because they all want to tell their story and we don't all have the time to listen, but that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, and to document some of it would be interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how we got elected.
What we look at is the RFP for updating the rules and regulations to work with the land use plan. So we went through calendaring and figured out the dates and that type of thing, and looked at what we wanted to do, ask what you wanted to do committee wise, as far as reviewing and interviewing. So what we thought the first step would be to approve allowing the RFP to go out as soon as certification from the Planning and Zoning Commission has been received, because that kicks off the 45-day public hearing prior to the Board of County Commissioners, so there's still quite a bit of time in between, but that would kick off the advertising for the RFP. So that'll be the first step. And then the second will be to decide who you want on that committee or what types of positions you want on that committee, and we can chase that a little bit as far as the interviewing. She talked about 2 commissioners, Brian Edwards, maybe Terry from the assessors, again, just people that have interest in the land use regulations, and then an outside party or 2, however we want to do that. And this is just for the interview part. It's not committee work in the process or any of that. This is just for interviewing the consultants that may apply. So I need your thoughts, or, oh, you did come in.
Sorry, I didn't know you were doing it now.
Okay, yeah, that's like Molly came over. She said your door was closed, so
Yes,
that's
I'm
why I
fine.
started it. That's fine.
And Madam Chair, best case scenario, we're looking at planning and zoning on May 24th.
Yes. Yes, they could certify it that day.
Or as soon as after. So does this, we're going to, it doesn't require an action or anything.
We need an action to go ahead and put out the RFP.
RFP.
So this is how we've done it previously. Just come before you to make sure that you're good with proceeding with the release of an RFP after certification.
So, Madam Chair,
Have a motion? Do I have a second?
What was your motion?
we're approving releasing the RFP after the land use plan is certified.
By planning and zoning. Okay.
Yeah.
Been moved and seconded to approve the release of the RFP for the rules and regulations update as soon as the land use plan is certified by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a little, and I don't think it's really an issue. I'm just thinking out loud here quick. The standard for the release, I mean, we're releasing something we haven't even seen yet.
You're gonna see it before it's released.
Okay.
Yeah, it will not go out the door without your review.
Okay.
And it won't go out the 24th if it's certified, because we still have to do the resolution that's gonna take several days to get that done, so.
So what is this?
June 1st is.
Motion actually do?
Authorizes to.
It actually does it, that we'll be able to do it on
Authorizes us to
June
put
1.
one together for a resolution to vote on it again, to actually
No, we're
mail
not
it.
voting on it again. No, we're approving that this allows us to release it.
Right. All of that paperwork she just talked about will be done prior to, we can sign it with approval of this motion, and by June 1, we
Yeah.
can release the
So
RFP.
we don't have
to act again on the
Because you're not gonna
resolution.
meet again until June 6th, which would mean that'd be the earliest then that you could release it. We'd like to release it before the 6th. Is the goal. We're aiming for June 1st if certification happens. If certification doesn't happen, well.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
so basically, as long as we don't have any issues at all with the RFP, once it is in front of us, then it'll just automatically go.
Yes.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, now the other thing was the committee makeup. Do you want the same size of committee and representation as we used on the land use plan? Do you want to add anything else? We had, like I said, 2 commissioners, public works, assessor's office, 1 public and 1 other.
We just had 2
Oh, that's
commissioners,
right.
myself, the county engineer, someone from the assessor's office, and then an at-large.
Right.
So we had 6 people. I would recommend doing that again, and possibly considering adding a planning and zoning commission member so that they can be part of that process. Because they will be heavily involved in that process.
True.
And I would hope that you can finalize a list of those people as soon as possible, because we would like to be able to give them the dates that we're planning for interviews and all of those things to make sure people are available.
As soon as the RFP is ready to go out.
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair, do you have any suggestions for at large?
So last time we had Becca Burns.
Mhm.
She was a good addition. Marion Morrison might be a good option. We talked about Linda Putney,
Linda
maybe.
Putney might be.
Former P and Z members also, though. I would certainly recommend a P and Z commission member be part of it as well. I think they're not a disinterested party, but they're definitely going to be involved in the whole process. So it'd be good to have somebody there to have them weigh in. But yeah, I mean, really, you could choose any person in the community that you feel would be interested and have a vested interest in the process that would care about who we're selecting to do that work. So.
Madam Chair,
Seven.
I think it's would be a good idea to have a P and Z person,
I agree.
provided they choose amongst themselves who fall for volunteers.
And we can ask them
Do
next
that.
week.
Yeah, they meet next week.
Yeah,
So
we
we
don't
can,
Yeah, pick one.
who has the time?
And the at large, I don't know, I'm up for suggestions. Like I said, I was part of the first one, so were you. I thought Rebecca had some good input. I don't know if she's interested again or not, but I'm open for other suggestions to somebody outside of county government.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, give us 7.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the makeup? Is that?
No, I think makeup's fine, Madam Chair. I like the 3 at-large suggestions that Joy had. Any one of them
Okay, I
is
will
interested and available.
put them all down. Okay.
Joy, who's your third person?
So we
Linda.
have Becca Burns, Mary
Mary
Morrison,
Morrison.
and Linda Putney.
And I do like Commissioner Teal's suggestion that the P and Z send, we ask the P and Z to decide who they want.
Okay. And commissioner wise, unless somebody else wants to do this, Lloyd's already indicated his willingness. I'll stay.
Given the timeline, my availability is very limited. So,
Scott, any interest or that's a?
Yeah, I mean, what will be the timeline to get on?
Oh, interviews would probably be in.
You're catching me with my brain not on that right now.
Yeah. Seems like it was September.
So proposals are due July.
Right.
Is that right? Or is it
No,
the end of June?
October.
Do you have it? No, that was. What's October?
What you sent
Got it right here.
Are you looking at the land use plan or the RFP for dev regs? Should be the top one. The top table.
July 21st.
Yes,
Okay.
okay, so that's when their proposals are due.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and so then it's in August, I think it's the 15th, maybe? We were talking about interviews.
So it would be August, September, no? Okay.
First.
Okay.
Now, we
so-
also have the question and answer session, which I think we had multiple commissioners at
if
this time.
it's available, I'm just not gonna commit myself to.
Understand.
If we can fit that on a normal day that we can all be here, I think that's a great time for everybody.
Yes.
To understand the consultants.
Right.
Okay. So right now we'll leave that as Lloyd and I. unless there are
Okay.
changes. Okay, so Lloyd and I, a PZ commission member by their choice, Joy, probably Terry from the assessor's office, we'll check with them. Ryan with Public Works and an at-large picked out of those 3 if possible to get them on the.
Madam Chair, I would like to limit it to those 3. I mean, if we have somebody between now and somebody thinks sleeps on it tonight, if somebody thinks of a 4th person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Now,
it
are
depends
you-
on their
We have
availability.
time for that selection.
Are you gonna choose from those? Is that your
No,
plan?
no,
Oh, okay.
I think we can go ahead and work on contacting and see who's available, who's
Okay.
willing.
What if they're all available?
Then we make a pick.
Who makes the pick?
Throw their names in a hat.
Okay, we'll just do that.
Okay, so I'll check availability.
Okay,
So if you have anybody else, just let me know very quickly so that I can contact them.
okay, so you're okay with that makeup on the committee? I don't think that takes a motion necessarily. All right.
Madam Chair, there's one more thing, and I think Dossie's already talked to you, but you know, this last effort, we had the LUPAC, which is basically a steering committee. Wanting to know if you're having any thoughts on how you would like to handle that on the reg amendments, if you're thinking of having like a steering group, you know, or representatives from different planning areas. What are your thoughts on that?
Commissioner?
I don't know, I guess I would steer more towards, I guess cost is a consideration, but final product is also the consideration. But I'd like to see, back to the meetings at each plan in each planning area. Because this is, I mean, not that the land use plan wasn't But there's some serious stuff gonna come out of this, out of the reg, possibly come out of the reg amendment changes.
Yeah.
So I would like to see, lean more towards representation from each planning area and meetings, at each planning area.
So you're thinking of people, like individuals representing their planning areas similar to the LUPAC? Or different?
No.
Okay.
If I get your drift,
Go,
it's the
yeah.
same thing that you and I talked about in the past when we did the one 22 years ago.
They kind of led their.
Each planning area did their own thing for a while with
Mhm.
a county people attending, whether it be you and the consultant or whoever attending those and bringing information, but they just sat and talked. Residents in their own planning area sat and worked through their own issues. And then that information was all compiled back in at a later date. So it was not a LUPAC type of thing. It wasn't, that was the conversations that were had. This was each planning area.
So would that mean that these people could be having like weekly or bi-weekly meetings?
Yep.
And you would want a staff member available for those meetings?
Somebody
in
available.
every planning area?
It's exactly what happened the last time.
So we have 12 planning areas who could potentially have weekly meetings, which you would want a staff member present.
Well, you
for.
need somebody taking notes that is going to understand how to bring it forward. So if you have somebody there, if there's a P and Z member in that planning area and they want to do that.
A P and Z member or well, I'm just understand like
Representation from
Yeah.
the county.
that is an enormous undertaking
Mhm.
for 12 planning areas that could potentially have weekly or bi-weekly meetings for months. That's my concern.
Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not the purpose of a request for proposal? They propose their scope on how that consultant chooses to do it. And we select them from their proposal, which one fits our best needs.
We've
I mean,
talked about that a couple of times, and the other thing that comes up is depending on how the request for proposal reads, the understanding of Park County and how it's set up is maybe outside the purview of the consultant until they do some homework, but
Well,
yes,
if
that
they're gonna be
conversation,
putting in a bid, they need to
the
do that.
conversation needs to happen, and they may have some good ideas and different ideas. We don't have to hold to this, it's just the suggestion that we make. I was not too happy with the LUPAC and how that worked out. I don't know that.
I don't disagree with you.
I heard a lot of positives and negatives, but I would like to see another way of handling it, and I think we have those 12 areas for a reason. And that's why I was leaning that way, but Joy and I've had that conversation about that's one reason you have a consultant is to hopefully they've done this before and maybe have some ideas. So yeah, we're not locking into it.
All right, fine. I just, I know you enjoy that conversation. I wasn't involved in that, so forgive me, but.
No.
In the original RFP for the land use plan, was the LUPAC our criteria? Was it in there? That was part of their scope.
What we did, and this is what I'm trying to do for the regs, is give the consultant a sense for how much involvement you're looking for. That you could literally go from this end of the scale to this end of the scale.
Well, I understand
without
that, but
leaving
was
some-
LUPAC our idea or theirs?
It was their idea for the name of the LUPAC, but the concept of a steering committee was part of the possibilities, which we even proposed that we were looking for their guidance as to whether we should have such a group.
I still say that we need to let the system work and let the consultants propose their scope of ideas in their request for proposal, and we weed it out from there. We're trying to fix something that we don't even know what we're gonna get into.
As long as the RFP is clear about 12 differing planning areas. Yes. Okay.
If they do their homework, they'll see that.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Questions? No. No? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll go forward. It's going to be a big process. Miss Mary Louise.
Sure you did. Hello. I'm still older than you.
No. Okay, let's not get into that conversation. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you all?
Good.
You've had a long day.
Not quite.
Yeah, not quite done.
Yeah.
So we have a special funding request from Park County 4-H.
Yes, and I don't know what this is all new to me, so I don't know what your protocol is.
Okay.
I did request a little more than what has been the last year. But I did that because it's less than what it was in the past, but this whole special funding thing is like, I don't have history on this, so I kind of don't understand
other
it.
counties don't usually do this.
That was correct.
That's what I thought you told me before.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. but-
So, I mean, I think it's fabulous. And I think it is a great opportunity if you would like the Park County 4-H program to grow. And I think it would be beneficial. So I'm open to questions.
I'm already seeing some positive in the growth thing when I look at some of the social media and the groups that we've had and the tagging and everything that's going on. I think things are building already. Thank you for what you've been able to get done since you've been here.
Thanks. We got a ways to go, but it's yes, there has been some progress.
Good.
One year we did have we were considering reducing the amount of 4-H, and they brought in some kids. We upped it, I think we might even gone above.
Don't tell her that. We'll be fully good.
I could do that. I could fill this room.
Did they have tears in their eyes and everything? Tattered clothing.
I think you would be impressed with what they could bring to you in their skills.
I'm a big fan of 4-H.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Been doing well. Well, this process, we accept these applications and we look at all this. We'll go through most of the budget on the 12th and 13th of June and figure out exactly where we're at. And then we let you know what we're able to do.
Okay.
So that's the process. Does anybody else have any questions about extension or 4-H right now? Well, she's here.
No, Madam Chair, I'm just gonna expand a little bit on the process. That's how we work it today. Well, and that 4 or 5 years ago when Dawson and I first got on, some funding requests came in personally, some didn't. And a couple, 2 or 3 years ago, we kind of decided, the list grew and grew and grew. And rather than weed through it, we said, you want money, you at least come in and pitch your bill as to why. That's, like I said, we don't know exactly and we really won't till almost the middle of June as to exactly what the revenues will be. But this way it kind of gets ahead of it before we get into the deep stuff of all the departments and sharpening the pencil and finding out what the funds are and stuff. So that's kind of how it goes.
Okay, cool. I think that's great. Yeah, I'm used to the fact that you don't know what money you have until the very end.
That's true.
Oh,
Okay, anything else?
Second one.
I think we're good.
Okay, so if you have any questions, just give me a holler.
Okay.
I'll be happy to answer them.
Thanks.
Yep. Bye, Colleen.
Nothing for this either.
Jesus.
She mentioned that she would probably be here.
How
skip to CY Air. Special funding request, James Claessens. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm one of 9 people involved in an organization called Cody Yellowstone Air Improvement Resources, which I don't know how much you know about CY Air. But CY Air is really kind of the public private citizen side of YRA Airport. When you go to the Essential Air Service Program and any other the grant programs to provide revenue guarantees for flights, they need a local entity to be behind it. It can't be the Joint Powers Board. And so we created this organization in about 2010. We created it because it was an important component of getting normal regular air service. And you all remember the noble leader of the cause was Senator Hank Cole. Hank was really the progenitor of the whole concept and the whole process. There's been a number of people involved in the meantime, and that would include people like the Park County Travel Council, the Chamber of Commerce in both Cody and in Powell, their economic development in Powell, the Cody Regional Health, Buffalo Bill Center of the West, and many others who have not only contributed financially, but contributed time to try to sort out what's happened in the air service. And I guess in concert with the passing of our good senator, we had this little thing called COVID that really has shaken up the air service in Cody. As you remember, we used to have 4 flights daily to 2 hubs prior to COVID. We're lucky now to have 2 flights. We'll get 3 this summer from 1 hub. We will be bidding an essential air service contract in the fall to see if we can expand our air service. But our group has really had to regather and reconstitute what in the heck are we about. And the way that we would phrase that, maybe to be best understood, is you're all familiar with Gallatin Field, aren't you? Well, Gallatin Field was the airport in Bozeman, Belgrade area in 1984. And in 1984, a group of citizens, much like Cody Yellowstone Air, got together and said, we can do better. We need to do something different. We did that in Cody 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and we were on our path. We went from 28,000 employments to 42,000 employments, and we were on our way. And then COVID happened, and obviously we lost our leader, and that was a great detriment to our group. But what occurred is in Bozeman is that group of people said we have to invest in air service, and we have to invest in not only more destinations, which means more hubs, but we have to invest in getting more flights, more seats into the market, and we have to create competition for those seats. We have been told by some air service consultants that there's somewhere between 100 and 150,000 seats that we lose out of this market that go someplace else to fly. That number might be people who would be flying in here but choose to go to Bozeman, West Yellowstone, perhaps Jackson, but also people from here who would choose to jump on an airplane and fly away. Now, years ago, that used to be 50,000 people out of the base and escaped to the Billings market or the Casper market. So what we did is we got together as a group several weeks back, and we basically said what we're going to do and to the best of our abilities is we're going to be the preferred air service hub for the Yellowstone region. Now that's big aspirations for a small group of people. But the nuts and bolts of it is back in 1984 with Gallatin Field, they said the same thing. And at that time, Great Falls, Missoula, and Billings were the big airports in the state of Montana. And I think you know the story today is that they almost doubled the number of enplanements of Billings, and they fly to, I think, 7 majors to 14 different hubs. And Bozeman is a phenomenal airport, and it's because they wished it to be so, and they set that goal of being that preferred airport provider in Montana. So our mission then is to grow the most available and affordable air services for our businesses, our residents, and our visitors. And we're going to try to do that by creating a better connection with air service providers, the United Airlines, the SkyWest / Delta. We've got conversations going with a little airline called Alaska, who has an interest in our community. There's also a small little service called Kiwi that we're talking about some things with to try to get some more people into the market. We don't have enough seats right now to serve the people that want to fly. Come on in, Eric. They wanted to go early and I was accommodating them. This means we get 20 more minutes. You folks know Aaron Buck, the director of the airport. So what we're also looking to do is to collaborate with the airport, who is hiring an airport consultant to collect data on who are these people that are flying in, why are they flying here? Are they recreational visitors or are they business visitors? And how do we look at where we are losing visitors to other markets? Are they flying into Billings and driving down? I know that happens a lot now. So we've got to work on that piece. I think Aaron said at the last meeting, our biggest obstacle now is we have one hub, one carrier. And because of that, we're a captive market. We get to do whatever they want us to do. And we've got to work on that. I think, we won't have any air service this summer as other than United. Delta doesn't have enough pilots to be able to staff a plane to come our way. We're crossing our fingers and hopeful that next year we will be able to, join again with Salt Lake. That is yet to be seen. And then our other piece is we're looking at different funding revenue models on how we fund air service. Jackson Hole Air, which is the compatriot of us over in Jackson, has a budget of $1.2 million a year that they have that is solicited from every business in the community, and people basically pony up. But in the summer and the winter seasons, the ski season and the summer season, Jackson flies 7 majors, 14 flights a day at minimum. And, they started kind of like we did too. The difference is the level of investment. So our request to you this year is comparable to what we've done in the past. We were asking for $30,000 that will allow us to sit down at the table with people and have some money in hand that we can go and begin a negotiation for air service in the coming year. What we're really working on right now is we want to get one more hub. We want Salt Lake, we want Boise, we want someplace else besides Denver. Not that we dislike Denver, but one more hub makes a difference. We want to be able to push really hard for increased summer service for next year, but certainly for 2025. And the airlines tell us that's a challenge because of pilots. But we're gonna push for that as hard as we can. We want to talk about pricing with competitive with adjacent competitors. The pricing between Billings and Cody. Some days we might beat them a little bit, and other days we're not even in the game. And we don't understand why that happens. I don't think anybody understands airport pricing. But I will tell you that years ago, we had a conversation with United directly, and it was effective because they know that people will stay here in this market. And when they leave the market, back in that day, it was 50,000 people left this market. When they hit Billings, now they have choices. And so if they go to Billings, they might fly United, but they might not. They might jump on Alaska or an Allegiant or maybe a Delta and go other places. So we were able to convince them to keep the pricing a little more competitive. And then we have this short-term goal of 80,000 enplanements by 2028. So that's 5 years from now. We want to be able to put twice as many people on planes in this community as we are. We're close to that now at 38,000. So it's basically doubling it. So with that, I guess we would accept any questions. Aaron will answer the questions. I did the talking.
Yeah.
Got any questions?
Questions, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm looking at your sheet here, your private contributions to the city and so forth. Does that include any funding from YRA?
No, the YRA is not able to use their funding to pay for revenue guarantees. But strictly what we do is we facilitate those.
Okay.
That's means to leverage additional air service in the community. It's a good question. Thank you.
Think we're good?
Thanks for going by.
We
just like that.
We'll review most of these budget dates like 12th and 13th of June as we get everything through everything, and then we'll let you know where we're at, what's available.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for coming.
Was that too much of a strain on you?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks for coming in.
Break it, you bought it. It's your special funding.
Shannon, you're up.
That's my yank of the speaker came on.
Got a new car, which was a bad idea because then it just broke down. I've been hanging out at the gas station for hours waiting for a tow. It's been a fun day. Yeah. Anyway, so
Shannon's here with Park County Court Supervised Treatment Program with a special funding request.
yes.
So go ahead.
Thank you. You all are familiar with our program. I don't think anybody needs a summation of what it is or what we do. Our funding request this year is the same as it has been literally since the program started in 2002. We're not asking for an increase. This, your donation is a big part of how we get our state treatment court grant. We have to have a 25% local match. And so between the county's cash match and in-kind, which you guys have always provided an in-kind by providing a space for us to operate, used to be the Blue House, and now we're up at the new building, which has been wonderful. That couldn't have come at a better time because we're growing and we outgrew that house. So, so between you guys, cities of Powell, cities of Cody, and then some local small grants like the Seroptimists and different things like that, that's how we get our local match. I was going to bring Jackie with me. I brought her with me last year, but she has a cold. She's under the weather. But, you know, I can talk all day long about what the program is and what we do with the funds, which is drug testing and supervision and treatment and, you know, case management and all of those things. But when it comes down to it, it's really about the people. You know, these are people who live in our community. These are our family, our friends, our neighbors. And while we believe that, you know, incarceration serves its purpose, and we certainly use jail sanctions on occasion, it doesn't treat anybody, right? So you can arrest somebody who's got a drug or alcohol addiction and put them in jail and they come right back out with the same addiction, probably just better criminal thinking when they get out, you know, when they just do more. So that's what our goal is to treat that. And I always bring Jackie with me. She works for us. She's our case manager, but she came through our program and graduated about 6 years ago. And I mean, her story and history is amazing, but that's just an example of what we do. We take somebody who has a substance use disorder and help them get clean and sober. You know, and most people in our community who have a substance use disorder, a lot of them, Scott knows, also probably sell and deal and get into bigger things the longer they're in it. And so we address a lot of things by helping folks get clean. And so Jackie, when she graduated, went through what's called the peer support specialist training down at the state of Wyoming and became a peer specialist. And we hired her as a peer specialist. And it's sort of like comparable maybe to a sponsor, if you would have an idea what a sponsor is, but a little more. And then from there, we hired her as a case manager. And since then, we've had 2 more graduates that have come through that are working on their peer support specialist training. So I just feel like what we do is pretty unique. It's a long-term program. It's not a quick spin drive. People are with this for a minimum of a year. And they stay with us. You know, lots of times folks keep coming, they come back, we help them move forward. A lot of them want to give back to this sober community. So that's the part that excites me the most, is seeing folks like that getting back into it and then giving back and helping others get clean and sober. So that's what we use the funds for. It's not for stuff, it's for people.
What kind of numbers are you at right now?
We've got 24 people in our program, and this is a really good problem to have, but we've got a problem where I'm having to go to a wait list. We have a wait list. I think I talked about this last year. We changed up a little bit how we're doing treatment instead of in-house. We kind of changed it up. So we contract with a treatment for open space counseling. Jessica Williams owns that. She used to work for me when we were the certified treatment provider, but it became kind of unwieldy. So by changing it up, she got the CARF accreditation and the certification to do IOP in addition to outpatient mental health counseling, which she already did. And so we were able to drop that CARF accreditation piece, which is expensive. The state requires us to do that. So it's worked really well. And so right now, historically, we've always had 2 counselors at the program, right? Well, now we've got, let's see, Jess, 4 counselors. One dedicated directly to Powell. That's a new change that we were able to do last year. We were able to open up a site in Powell as well. So the Park County residents who live in Powell don't have to drive over here. So they've got a treatment site in Powell, and we've got one in Cody. And they desperately need to, I mean, if we could get another half-time counselor, we could increase our capacity. So we're looking at some other options. I know there's some opiate money and other things out there that we're going to look at to maybe expand our capacity, but we're maxed right now. So we're full.
I think you were here for part of that discussion before, but we will be doing a work session to
Yeah.
talk about the opioid.
Right,
funds
right,
at some
exactly.
point.
Yeah. So, I mean, things are great. It's a good problem to have, you know, that people are aware of the program and are reaching out and wanting, it's a hard program. I don't think I could go through my own program, to be honest.
But the graduations are great.
They are, yeah. And if some of you haven't been to one yet, I really encourage you to come to one. The graduations are
pretty cool.
Pretty, yeah, stellar.
Any questions for Shannon on the program and where we're headed? I think
No.
we're good.
Good. Looking at Scott makes me remember things. Another thing we're wanting to do is kind of branch in and kind of start jail-based a little bit, where we sort of, it's a whole nother thing we're working on. So something else we'd like to start is kind of getting
New
into
sheriff
jail.
kind of a jerk.
I know. He told me, I know, I had to talk to him already. Anyway, okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Hopefully your car will keep running.
If it doesn't, you might hear me down. It's okay.
We heard
Thanks.
started dispatching together. She was with Powell.
What do you
Yeah,
wait for an
so
invitation?
You guys went out of order. a little bit, so I got
Yeah.
lost.
Well, he thought James was in
Spelled
between.
shotgun.
So we're at Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer and Public Works Department. Review and consider staff recommendation for selection of CMAR Services contractor for HVAC upgrades and replacements at the Park County Courthouse and Courthouse Edition. So last week you opened 2 and we'll go from there.
I'll go from there. Thanks, Madam Chair. As you know, last week we did receive 2 proposals from 2 different contractors for CMAR services. We received one from Sletton Construction here out of Cody, and then also from Groathouse Construction here locally. What we did then is we took the proposals. We had a selection committee which consisted of a couple of people from Public Works, including myself. We had a couple guys from Buildings and Grounds. We had Travis Conklin from EA, just kind of an independent set of eyes. And then Commissioner Teal also sat in on that. So we all reviewed the proposals. We got together Friday, conducted interviews, interviewed both companies, and I think both submitted great proposals and did an outstanding job on the interviews. I think it was very close, and I think either one would do a good job on this project. Ultimately, you can see the scoring there in front of us. We scored each of the applicants based on cost, which that's a percentage of the guaranteed maximum price is basically how they get their fees. Qualifications and experience, which that was the highest rated category. Representative project examples, strike the project team, project approach, references, and then of course the Wyoming and Park County preference. So you can see how everybody, the review members scored this. We also had Jack Hollinger involved too. I forgot to tell you that. He was not involved in the interviews, but he did review the proposals and gave us quite a bit of feedback on the project approach and proposals. So in the end, as you can see, they were pretty close together, but the committee is recommending that we award the contract for construction manager at risk for the HVAC improvements for the courthouse to Groathouse Construction.
Questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I just want to say, sitting in on the committee, it was a very good discussion on both counts. One of the contractors, interviewed a lot better than their paperwork looked, and vice versa. So, I mean, that's why I thought what Brian put together as far as a double, if you follow the columns, one of them was based on their interview and one of them was based on their application. So, and like Brian said, I don't think we could go wrong on either one. It was very close. But we all pretty much discussed it a little bit and decided, you know, it was not a definite winner or loser. So we needed to let the matrix, if you will, of the scoring sheet do the talking. And I think it's about as fair as we can be. And I would agree with their recommendation.
Yeah, and I'll say, Madam Chair, everyone did their scoring completely independently, so no
Okay.
negotiating force. Was that a motion?
It can be. I just was just discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Are you gonna go? You're gonna gripe about being second?
Nope, I'll
make a motion that we
I'm gonna vote against it.
bid for services and award the bid to Roadhouse Construction for the CMR services for the HVAC project. I'll second it.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the request for proposals from Roadhouse to be the CMAR on the HVAC project. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I guess I'm assuming we'll come back after probably the first meeting in June and bring a contract in for approval, if that's okay.
Okay.
Get the county attorney to look at it, et cetera.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay,
That could probably be on the consent.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
if there's nothing other than what we already know, that'd be fine.
Okay, that'd be good. I think both are ready to go and know we're gonna start right away, so
Okay,
get rolling the best we can.
great.
Do we need to make that happen earlier?
Is it okay if we?
Well, no, if we need to make it happen earlier, then I need to amend my motion.
Well, I'll say.
Because what we can do is if we need to have it happen earlier, we can allow the chair to sign after approval.
That would be great if you.
Madam Chair, I will amend my motion to approve the RFP from Roadhouse Construction and allow the chair to sign after approval from the county attorney's office.
Then I'll amend my second.
There. Perfect. So if you get the contract and Brian looks at it, then that can be signed. Perfect.
Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. We'll go.
I know we didn't have discussion, but my question to Brian. Will the contract have in it specifics about, I believe they call it commissioning agent?
Yeah, we need to work that out.
We may need to, I mean, I'm with whatever Brian comes. It's something somewhat new. Maybe not to some of you, it is to me. I had to ask what the hell.
I suspect we'll hammer that out right away here and figure out whether we need that.
We don't need to be involved in that.
No, we can bring it in. That'll be, keep in mind, we'll come in with an addendum on a guaranteed maximum price. So all that can evolve with the contract.
Okay.
We'll work it out early on.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can make the next motion.
Yeah, right.
Recognize.
Oh, yes.
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, you guys. The moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Molly, do you know I'm not gonna be here on June 13th?